We had slotted in 9 to 9:30 registration, but you have all been really on time, so we thank you. And a very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Saad Paracha. I'm with the Asian Development Bank. We almost have like a mini United Nations for AI here together, with all of you joining from almost 25, 26 countries. So a very warm welcome to all of you. Friends and colleagues, you have flown in from faraway places, so we thank you for that. Welcome to AIxADB. This is, in essence, you may be wondering, some people ask us, how do we pronounce this? Is this an abbreviation? So mainly it's simple. We are here to explore how artificial intelligence can transform not just our organizations, but also the people and communities we serve. We hope this platform to be a space for collaboration, innovation, and hopefully a bit of fun as we go along. Over the next few days, we've lined up some exciting sessions that we hope will ignite your curiosity and expand your horizons. So just please relax as much as you can. We have a lot of new concepts, new technology. We have tried not to keep it too technical. If something which I can understand, so you are more intelligent than me, so hopefully you will be fine. You are encouraged and very welcome to ask questions, participate in conversation with the colleagues. We have a lot of colleagues and friends coming from the Pacific. So you will find a lot of energy sector, power sector represented in the room, but we have a diverse sort of background. So ministries of economy, ministries of IT are represented in the room. So please don't be shy in asking questions and making new friends. AIxADB, hopefully we would like it to be more than an event. We hope that it's a platform, our way of saying that ADB is committed to supporting you on your AI transformation journey. We are not just talking the talk. We've got practical tools which we will share with you, like the ADB AI Sandbox and other sector initiatives designed to provide focused support where you need it most when it comes to artificial intelligence and the disruption and transformation that it is bringing. So without further ado, I'll introduce you to Paul, our moderator for the day and for the week ahead, to take you and all of us together on this journey. Thank you very much.
So hello, everyone, and good morning, right? Good morning. That's excellent, right? I can't say good morning in 25 languages, but I can only say it in one, unfortunately. So good morning or selamat pagi for the Singaporeans and Indonesians here as well. My name is Paul Selvaraj, and I will be your MC today. So I will be taking you through, introducing the panel speakers, introducing the keynote speakers as well, and trying to get you thinking very critically and informatively about AI, right? So maybe as a start, I would just like to ask everyone in the room today, who here can tell me what AI means besides artificial intelligence? Anyone? Anyone? AI. Yes.
Simply machines who can learn.
Thank you very much. And your name is, sir? Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Machines who can learn. Anyone else? Anyone else has a different understanding of what AI is? Is AI going to take over the world? Is it? I see some nods over here. I would love to hear your point of view. Okay.
How about non-human intelligence?
Awesome. Thank you. Your name? David. Thank you very much. Non-human intelligence. What else?
Machines make life easier.
Machines make life easier. Okay, so non-human intelligence making life easier, always about the human, right? At the center of things. Oh, yeah, you have one more over here.
Machine who can decide using logics.
Can decide using logic, right? Okay, I have also another one over here. Let me just run over here.
Apologies for my voice. Augmented intelligence.
Augmented intelligence. Augmented intelligence, machines helping humans, non-human intelligence. So a lot of very good ideas, right? Thank you all for that. And also thank you all for the survey. Some of you have also entered in, right, where you gave us a lot of ideas about what you're looking at in terms of AI. But who can tell me here the difference between AI and Gen AI, generative AI? Is there anyone who can tell me? Anyone? Gen AI. So AI is something that you might not know you've used actually in your day-to-day, right? If you're on Netflix, if you are using various tools, you're actually getting an artificial intelligence to help you see what's personalized to you. But when I talk about Gen AI, what does that mean? Anyone? Okay.
Gen is for generative.
Yes.
So you generate content based on a set of commands.
Generate based on a set of commands. Okay, so that's a, I mean, it's a very useful explanation for what Gen AI is. Maybe as a show of hands here, how many of you have used ChatGPT, Perplexity tools, maybe in the last month? Put up your hand. In the last month, okay? How about in the last week? In the last week, okay. How about right before this event? Oh wow, we have myself as well, right? So I mean, I think everyone here sort of knows a little bit around what AI is, right? But it's a lot more than what I think a lot of us have come into this session thinking. You can see in today's session, we have lots of ideas about the applications of generative AI and AI in the different industries and sectors that you represent that we will be going through today. So for day one and day two, there will be a lot of absorbing information learning. I encourage you to, everyone here, to keep an open mind, start absorbing ideas, because in day 4 and 5, KPMG Digital Village, we will be organizing a hackathon or ideation session where we will try to bring some of these ideas to life, right? I think, putting theory into practice is very key here for AI, so that you can actually learn and see its real impacts on use cases, right? So to kick us off for this session, right, where we want to really talk about the transformative potential that AI has in the Asia-Pacific region, we have Vice President Bruce Gosper to kick us off from ADB, who will give us a lot of inspirational words on how we can look at this topic in a very optimistic point of view and see where it impacts us so that we can use it better, right? So if I will just transition now to Vice President Bruce Gosper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, and friends. I regret very much that I can't be with you because I think you're in for some very interesting discussions over the next few days. So it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural AIxADB event in Singapore. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our journey towards harnessing the transformative power of artificial intelligence for the betterment of Asia and the Pacific. We're here not just as representatives of our respective countries and organizations, but as collaborators united by a shared vision to leverage AI as a catalyst for a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future for all our developing member countries. The world stands on the cusp of a technological revolution. AI is no longer a concept of the future. It is a present reality, reshaping industries, economies, and societies at an unprecedented pace. From healthcare and education to agriculture and energy, AI holds the promise of unlocking new avenues for growth and development. But with this promise comes the imperative to navigate challenges thoughtfully and responsibly. At the Asian Development Bank, we recognise that embracing AI is not just about adopting new technologies. It's about preparing and empowering our DMCs to harness these tools effectively. We are committed to being a steadfast partner in this journey, providing the support and resources needed to ensure that AI becomes a force for good across the region. So allow me to highlight how ADB intends to support our DMCs through this transformative period. First, through policy support. We will work closely with governments to develop and refine policies that foster innovation while safeguarding the rights and interests of all citizens. Effective policy frameworks are essential for creating an environment where AI can thrive responsibly. Second, technical and operational assistance. Our teams are ready to provide hands-on support in integrating AI solutions that address specific development challenges. Whether it's enhancing e-governance systems or improving infrastructure management, we aim to deliver tailor-made solutions that have real impact. Third, capacity building and skilling. We understand that technology is only as effective as the people who use it. Through training programs, workshops, and knowledge sharing sessions, we will equip individuals and institutions with the skills necessary to navigate the AI landscape confidently. And fourth, analytical and knowledge services. ADB will offer in-depth research, insights, and analysis to help our DMCs understand the implications of AI within their unique contexts. This includes studying the best global practices and adapting them to local needs. A cornerstone of our support strategy is the introduction of the ADB AI Sandbox. This platform is designed to be a collaborative space where innovative ideas can be tested, refined, and scaled. It will enable us to work together with our DMCs. It will enable us to identify practical AI use cases. By focusing on real-world challenges in sectors like agriculture, healthcare, energy, and public service delivery, we can develop AI solutions that make a tangible difference in people's lives. It will enable us to develop pilot projects. The sandbox provides a safe environment to pilot projects before they are rolled out on a larger scale, minimizing risks and maximizing learning opportunities. And it will enable us to foster regional cooperation. By bringing together stakeholders from across the region, the sandbox will serve as a hub for sharing knowledge, experiences, and best practices, strengthening regional ties and promoting collective growth. This event is more than a conference. It is the beginning of an ongoing partnership, what we hope to be an ongoing partnership. Over the next 5 days, we will engage in meaningful dialogues, share insights, and build the foundations for future cooperation. I won't delve into the detailed agenda. That's a task for our very capable moderators. But I do want to emphasize that each session is designed to align with our strategic objectives and your needs. We will explore themes such as catalyzing economic growth through AI, addressing climate change with AI solutions, building skills for a digital future, shaping the future of work in an AI-driven world, and enhancing public services through responsible AI. These discussions are not academic exercises. They are stepping stones towards actionable strategies and projects that we will undertake together. So we thank our partners and industry players for joining hands in this collaboration and support for our member countries. As we move ahead, we must remain vigilant about the ethical considerations that accompany AI deployment. Issues of data integrity, bias, privacy, and equitable access are paramount. That's why ADB is developing a responsible AI framework tailored to our mission and the diverse contexts of our DMCs. This framework will ensure that AI solutions are inclusive and fair, ethical standards are upheld, and local contexts are respected. The success of AI in our region hinges not just on responsible use, but on our collective preparedness and readiness. This means investing in people, infrastructure, and institutions. It means fostering an environment where innovation can flourish and challenges can be met with confidence. ADB stands ready to support you in this endeavour. We believe that by working together, we can turn the potential of AI into tangible benefits for all our communities. So in closing, I want to reiterate that AI is more than a technological advancement. It is an opportunity to reshape the future of development. It offers tools to tackle some of our most pressing challenges: poverty, inequality, climate change, and to do so in ways that are efficient, scalable, and sustainable. Technology alone is not the answer. It is our partnerships, our shared commitment, and our collective action that will truly make the difference. So I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the One ADB team for their unwavering support and dedication in making this event possible. Our colleagues from the Information Technology Department, the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Department, the sector groups, and the regional departments have worked tirelessly together to bring us together and to drive this initiative forward. Special thanks to our developing member countries and partners for their participation and support. So I encourage each of you to fully engage over the coming days. Share your ideas, voice your concerns, and collaborate openly. Your insights will be invaluable as we chart the course ahead. I look forward to progress we will make together towards an AI-powered future that is equitable, inclusive, and prosperous for all. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best for your discussions. Good day.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Thank you, everybody, for patiently listening in attentively. What I will do is very briefly take you through the agenda, and then we will start with the sessions. We have our speakers here and some of the speakers joining online. Maybe if we can have the agenda, please. So we have tried to keep it interesting and interactive with the support of Paul, and we have an excellent lineup of industry leaders, experts who will be sharing their insights with you. Okay. We do need some manual interactions, engagement, and not everything is AI yet. So. You can come to this side. Okay, in any case, while this is being set up, so mainly we have tried to keep it interactive and interesting for all of you with sufficient breaks so that you don't get bored. With the VP's welcome, we will move on to our main keynote address on AI and development. After that, we have a break, and then we will start with our main session on AI and economy. Later, we have a lunch break arranged here at the venue, followed by our special session on AI and climate change. There again, we have a very interesting and thoughtful lineup of demos and use cases, and also a panel that will discuss various aspects of how AI can be leveraged for our climate action. And then towards the end of the day, you are all invited to a networking reception. It will also be here at the venue. So please join and meet. Tomorrow, which is November 5, just to mention some of our colleagues who are here from Vietnam and Bhutan, you have a separate event in the afternoon at Marina Bay Sands. So we will hope to see you then tomorrow when you join. Tomorrow we'll start with a recap of the day, and then we have some interesting themes to cover, starting with energy. A lot of you are representing the power sector here, so we hope to make it interesting and useful for you. We will look at skills and capacity development and how AI is going to help us build that capacity building, a lot of initiatives, but also how we need to build capacity to manage the AI disruption. We will look at AI and future of work, how our day-to-day work is likely to change, is already changing. We will also then look at the public sector, the services, and the public policy aspect of AI and how that is going to be transforming. And last but not the least, we will look at how AI can be leveraged and tagged along with big data for our better analysis and use. We will cap the day with the introduction about our ADB AI sandbox. A lot of you have kindly provided their inputs and ideas for the areas where AI can be deployed in your countries, in your organizations. So we have prepared a very interesting program, and ADB will be allocating resources to take your ideas to action. And we will come back to the session on Thursday to go into the details. Then on November 5th, which is Wednesday, all of us go to the Singapore Fintech Festival. It's a major industry event. Every year, 60, 70,000 people participate. All major tech companies are there, from Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and so many other banks. So you have a whole day. We have many startups joining, all organizations. All of you will find something useful and relevant for you. And we will spend the day there, and hopefully that will be interesting. Asian Development Bank, our partner IFAD, we have friends from Rome joining us. We also have a booth there, and you will be welcomed there. We have arranged some special visit to the Singapore Pavilion, thanks to our friends, Singapore Fintech Association. And so hopefully you will find that exciting and interesting. And then on the 6th, on the 7th and 8th, we will actually come back here and then get on with more practical aspect of how we will deploy AI. We have a very interesting and exciting case with Pacific Power Utilities and the association of their digital platform. We also have utility companies coming from Pakistan and other countries, and we hope to see how AI can be deployed to make the power sector more efficient and effective. And the last day, we will be doing the actual, what we call a hack. So we will demonstrate how AI actually will be used for the power sector, and we will also identify a few use cases that we will work with you to develop for your organizations and for your country. So that's a very brief introduction. And we are also proud to say we have partners. You will see during the next week, all the major companies will be joining hands, from Amazon to Microsoft to Google, KPMG, and Boston Consulting, and numerous other organizations. So we hope you will appreciate and also acknowledge their contribution and partnership with all of you that we look forward to. Thank you, and back to Paul.
Thank you, Saad, for running through the agenda. right? So, I mean, we're going to kickstart our AI journey. And I think while listening to Vice President Bruce's comments, two things that really stood out to me was on leveraging some of the untapped potential that AI has within Asia Pacific and also using it as a force for good, right? So I think these 2 points really came out very strongly to me when I was listening to that speech earlier. And I think what better way to kick it off than to have a real AI expert share a lot of new impact and challenges that AI is undergoing now, right? So we're very pleased to have Dr. Mary, right? And we will be talking about building a smart and high quality development addressing AI's global impact challenges and what you should look out for as you embark on your AI journey. So is everyone ready to embark on their journey? Awesome. Okay, so with that, I would really like to introduce Dr. Mary for your keynote. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We are now calling our AI to get the slides ready. Yes? I emailed them, but no worries. So I hope you're having a wonderful morning so far. I'll start with my address while we find the slides. So distinguished guests, representatives from across Asia Pacific, good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Dr. Mary Rosick, and I'm honored to deliver the opening keynote speech today. I'm originally from Spain, although I've lived in Asia for about 20 years in 3 different countries. I've been deeply engaged in how technology can impact development in corporate roles as Chief Data Officer, and I have implemented AI, and most importantly, I have get rid also of AI when it doesn't work or improved it, and I think this is probably the new skill that I see you all smiling, so I'm guessing that you're starting to implement and also execute it at scale. But also, I've been in financial services and teaching data and data strategy for leaders. I'm also do advisory work on sustainability because a couple of years ago, I realized the magnitude of the challenge that we face with the climate change. So, having lived across 3 countries here in the region, I've seen firsthand the impact that technology can have. And I'm really pleased to be here today and examine how AI is transforming development across Asia and the Pacific. So we'll look at what's working, what needs to change, but more importantly, how we can ensure that AI drives inclusive and sustainable development across all our communities. We'll share the slides later. I hope that we can have robust debate. I'll leave a few minutes at the end. And I have just a few slides, but I hope that will give you some ideas. So I'll start with a very bold statement. Asia Pacific will lead the global AI revolution. And yeah, I see some of you smiling. Why is that? It's because we have 60% of global population. And at the same time, we have 42% of global AI investments. And that means that our region combines the scale and the innovation that's required for this revolution. And this is absolutely unique. Remember that AI works only if you have enough data. If you don't have enough data, you can just solve it with a spreadsheet. But to build AI that actually performs at scale, you need the data. And that's why the population is absolutely critical. So we have a very, very important competitive advantage in Asia Pacific, and you have to remember that. At the same time, the AI market is going to reach 134 billion by 2027. It's a massive growth, 25%. This is something really important happening here, and I think we have to pay attention to this. We also know that the old development playbook no longer works, and for lots of different reasons. We know that 91% of APAC businesses are accelerating digital transformation. 72% of our APAC organizations are adopting or are implementing AI solutions, which is absolutely staggering, right? So it means that most of you have either working or implementing or planning to invest in AI. An example is that thanks to data and AI, we can transform with completely new approaches. Think of the energy markets. And we've heard that many of you today here are representing energy industries, and this is a key priority for all of you. And you know how trained AI models can help predict power generation and how they can enhance the forecasting. And look at Asia Pacific. AI in renewable market share by region, Asia Pacific is definitely leading. So we have to be very proud of this. When we look at the climate risks, and we know that climate risk demands a smarter development. And apologies for those of you who can see it properly from this angle. This is a little map at the bottom. I hope that you can see this. This is, full disclosure. I learned about this company, Rethinking AI, and I called the CEO and I said, I don't believe what you're doing can be true. I don't think it can be done. They take global data and they assess climate risk for assets. And they do it at such a global scale and with such unbelievable level of prediction that it made me, prompted me to send him a LinkedIn message and say, I just don't believe it can be done. It's just too big to solve. And he showed me how they actually execute it. And I said, well, we need to scale this faster. How can I help? So full disclosure, I'm in the advisory board. But they published this, which I thought was interesting. This week, something major that's happening in the world is, of course, the US election, which will have massive implications for lots of different reasons around the world. So for anyone that's paying attention, this is a prediction of how the Trump administration and the Harris administration will impact. This is the impact prediction on the value of assets across the US, which is a terrifying image when you look at the power of data and the climate risk impact. For Asia Pacific, the impact is 2.8 trillion in regional GDP risk from climate impact by 2050. So this is absolutely staggering. It's one of the areas where we know that 75% of global disaster-related deaths occurred in Asia Pacific. And being originally from Spain, this week we've had tragic news, of floods. And it's not the number of deaths that has shocked the world about this, it's that this actually happened in Europe with very advanced infrastructure, with warning systems, with flooding systems, and it still caught everyone by surprise. So it's important to acknowledge that the region accounts for 50% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So any AI-powered climate solutions can reduce these emissions by 7%. That's why it's so important that we continue to deploy and to acknowledge and understand the climate risks in the region. But digital infrastructure really can change everything. And this is one of the areas where we do have an advantage. The Asian digital economy reached 200 billion in 2023, but at the same time, we have to realize that 1.7 trillion is still required to continue to invest in digital infrastructure. So this is from the ADB infrastructure needs report, by the way. The Asia Pacific Smart Cities market, as you can see, It's gorgeous. You know, China, Japan, Australia, India, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, they're doing a fantastic job, and we can continue to advance and learn from each other through collaboration. Mobile internet penetration reached 96%, which is fantastic. But the focus is on what's required to still continue to invest in smart cities. Innovation thrives in regional diversity. And I think this is one of the themes that we're going to continue to hear today. The fact that we have such a diverse region and such a complex and nuanced and very different set of complex challenges across Asia and the Pacific means that we also have the opportunities to learn from each other, to drive collaboration. The region filled 67% of global AI patents. Isn't it amazing? It's absolutely staggering when you think of AI and how AI can drive development across the region. And 65% of all 5G patents globally. Remember the world where most of the innovation used to come from the West? Now innovation is on our side of the world. So we do have a massive competitive advantage here when it comes to having the talent and the technology. 118 billion invested in APAC in tech innovation, and we know that China, Japan, Korea are leading in AI and research publications. So these are, this is absolutely fascinating for any researcher or practitioner when it comes to AI. We tend to think that things come from different places, mostly from the US, but we're starting to see a lot of the AI research and innovation coming from here. In my past role, I was with Visa. We had teams of data scientists here in the region, and we focus on developing some of the sustainability models that are now, 3 years later, earning the patents that Visa is enabling across globally for all the banks to deploy sustainability solutions. So these are things that happen because we had the talent here. We had really amazing experts, very committed young researchers that were very, very supportive of doing very innovative work. And this actually surprised, at that stage, it surprised some of our colleagues in Palo Alto because they said, no, we do this here. No, wait, we do have amazing talent in this part of the world, and we have enough scale and data that can then develop these kind of solutions. So I would encourage you all to talk to your teams, understand better the data, and understand the use cases that can be deployed. Because most of the time we look at very standardized vanilla solutions that are meant to fit everyone. But what we need are very unique solutions that are custom for our customers, for our citizens, for our problems. And data, we now have to remember that data is an extrapolation, a simplification of reality. Data tells us what people do, what people need. But we have to pay attention to how data represents people's needs for the future. And that means it needs to be local. That's why I'm a big fan of local innovation rather than globalized, standardized, plain vanilla solutions that actually don't fit the local needs. And that's why I think that in this region, we can enhance AI collaboration by really creating and enabling. Particularly the sandbox solution is one of the areas that I think is going to drive a lot of new innovation. And an example of that as well is how smart cities lead urban transformation. We know that smart city solutions could create 900 billion in added value annually by 2025. And we have a number of, we have 104 smart city projects active across ASEAN alone. So it's one of the areas that it's going to continue to thrive. Our populations live in very large cities in this part of the world. And 50% of ASEAN cities are implementing AI solutions. So I I think it's one of the areas where we're going to continue to see more and more collaboration and opportunities for learning from each other. And we go back to local solutions and how they can show higher impact. Asia-Pacific startups alone raised 74 billion in 2023. It's a massive amount. And when we look at the solutions, I think it's fascinating to see that, again, we need solutions for local markets, for local communities. And we need these solutions to be community-driven. Regional unicorns were valued at 355 billion, which is, this is absolutely fantastic collectively. But at the same time, we need to continue to work on financial inclusion. We have data from the UN Women, Asia Pacific, on how women did their first digital payments, 72% as opposed to 74%, which is not that different. But in South Asia, it's still 16% women and girls versus 33% men. So there's a lot of work, because as local solutions show higher impact, they also need to make sure that we bring everybody along, that it doesn't become just the elite or a segment or just part of the population. We need to continue to work on scaling impact for everybody, particularly for local communities. And digital skills are going to define future readiness. I know that you are all working on lots of different initiatives to bring people along. Training, retraining, upskilling. We know that reskilling needs are going to be 44% of workers' core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. So the mindset of taking one job or learning one core skill or going to university or college or technical education and just living the rest of your life out of that school period, it's a mindset that needs to end. We need to continuously retrain people, get into the habit and the cultural mindset of continuously learning. 47 million new digital economy jobs are expected in ASEAN by 2030. And the digital economy is going to represent 15% of GDP. So it's massive. I know I'm giving you a lot of data, and you will receive this report, these presentations later on in digital, and that's why every single one of the data points has the report where you can find it later on. So you can go deeper into each of the elements that might interest you. 75% of organizations are investing in digital upskilling. And I'm sure that both within your teams, your organizations, your governments, you are all investing very heavily in upskilling and getting people ready, trained, and familiar with the power, particularly of AI. And I'll give you a very quick anecdote. A friend of mine asked me a couple of days ago, Mary, how can I create a sustainability course for my organization? And I thought, well, I know how to do it, but let me just go and check if there's anything new out there. And it's exactly this mindset what I think it's important. I've probably culturally, I'm born with this question always in the back of my mind. Is there anything better? Can it be done faster? And I'm a trainer, and I've been and I create these kind of courses. I could have just given her a standard answer that, do it this way, or these are the agencies, or take these steps. But I went online and I searched, and there's a new AI that can create in a matter of seconds a full set of training materials for any organization, including tests, exams, videos, content, articles, absolutely everything created. And it was like a 40-hour training course. I was shocked. So these are the things that we need to continue to be aware of. Not so much the fact that AI is going to create these materials. Of course, you still need an expert to say, well, we don't need this content, we need this piece of information, let's take a more balanced approach, include this, include that. So you need to have a point of view, and you need the experts to actually guide the AI. But at the same time, you also need to have in the back of your mind the question, is there a faster way to do this? Is this a better way to do this? And continuously check, no matter how expert, how, many years you've done that capability, that skill, I think we always need to have the mindset of a continuous learning approach. And talent readiness, it's going to be defined by this continuous learning appetite, by this ability to continuously challenge what I know versus what's possible today. If anybody's interested in learning more about this automated course creating tools, I'm very happy to share during the coffee break. Another one of my favorite topics is data collaboration. So we hear a lot about the opportunities of digital transformation. It could add 0.8% to annual APAC GDP growth. 92% of APAC organizations prioritize responsible AI implementation, and 7 out of 10 ASEAN countries have national AI governance frameworks. And this is absolutely critical because we can deploy the tools, but if they don't have the heart and the soul and the ethical standards and the guardrails to make sure that things are not getting out of control, they can cause more harm than good. And when we lose trust, then we can never get it back from our customers, from our populations, from our teams. The region, again, is positioned to lead on global digital innovation, and digital transformation needs to be part of this. But it's very important to deploy as well the right frameworks. There are lots of different governments that have already implemented the right guardrails, so they are following frameworks on how this is implemented, and I continue to encourage you all to continuously to review these guardrails, to continuously test and update and follow the best practice. I have to say that the Singapore government has been leading some of these initiatives for a very long time. I think they took probably 5 years, 6 years ago to the World Economic Forum, the set of top FIT, the FIT framework that has continuously evolved with case studies. And you can find a lot of information on use cases that are already deployed through these government rules. And they're very, very easy to follow and really rewarding to implement. So it's one of the areas where responsible AI needs to be carefully planned. So we've talked about the fact that we have an advantage, that we have a lot of data, there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of investment, but where do we implement it first? So I wanted to just touch a little bit on how can we use AI to transform critical sectors? Where do we start first? What's more urgent? How do we deploy? And urgency will be defined and importance will be defined in different terms across many different countries and across many different organizations, whether you're a government or you are in the private sector. If you follow the latest reports, these are the 3 most critical areas that require transformation in the next 3 to 5 years. It's absolutely critical. It's energy and transport, it's buildings, and agriculture. And I'll give you 3 examples of how this is already being done and how this is working. And this report is actually fantastic. It's the emissions report, all countries, and it tells you exactly what needs to change and why. So we know that Asia Pacific, and this is an energy example, Asia Pacific revolution demands smart solutions, and luckily, we are in a really, really good place. Renewable energy investments in APAC reach 331 billion, 3.3 trillion in power generation over the next decade. This is absolutely staggering. Asia is leading the world in renewables, and so proud to be in this part of the world. When I talk to my colleagues, whether it's in Europe or in the US, they can talk a lot about sustainability, but here, you guys, we are doing it. And I think you should all feel very proud. EV sales in APAC grew 78% year on year. And the EV revolution is reaching Europe right now. So we can see a massive turnaround of this industry. APAC accounts for 52% of global CO2 emissions, so we need to accelerate this. An example of this is, for example, Singapore's Smart Nation energy grid reduced peak demand by 16%, which is absolutely fantastic, considering that this is a problem that every single country has. It's important that we collaborate and continuously share learnings that can then help each other. Another example is on buildings. Buildings can become climate smart through AI. Lots of interesting use cases because buildings account for 39% of energy-related carbon emissions. So that's why it's the second most critical area where we need to spend time, energy, and effort to implement. Hong Kong is also a good example. The Smart Green Buildings program achieved 26% of energy savings last year, which is fantastic. And the green building market in APAC valued at $92 billion. So it's an interesting new area both for the private sector and the public sector to continuously focus on helping, enhancing, and driving more change. And another area that I love some of the use cases on AI is agriculture, which is again another critical area. Agriculture transforms through smart technology. And this is an example of a farm in Australia, Sandrop Farms. They use solar power to desalinize seawater, they capture CO2, and they use it as fertilizer for the crops, and everything is in a controlled environment. And as you can see in the picture, it's pretty much in a desertic area. The AI in agriculture market is reaching 4.3 billion. And we know that this is an area that we all need to transform, both because of the climate conditions changing very quickly. Anyone working in aquaculture knows how painful these past years have been because of the changes in the environment. And we need to continue to make sure that there's enough food and protein for our populations to continue to thrive. So it's absolutely critical that gets transformed. And any new technology that can help us increase the yields, increase the productivity, it's going to be critical. A good example is Vietnam as well. Visit the Vietnam's the digital agriculture program, increase yields, rise yields by 16%, which is, I think, a fantastic news as well using AI. And I'm going to leave you with, I think I'm on time, so I'm going to leave you with one last thought. We've talked about the fact that we have an advantage, the fact that, that this is a fantastic opportunity for collaboration for Asia Pacific. But I want to tell you a little bit more about the fact that smart development is no longer optional. AI is not just something that looks good in the company profile or in the country speeches. We need to focus on the what and the how. And the what is data and AI. Continue to invest in data and AI, developing and researching new materials and the food systems. On the how, close these data gaps, identify what matters, what can drive the next use case forward, closing these data gaps. Funding research faster. I think we spend a lot of time debating metrics and calculating. Let's just get it done. We need to accelerate faster and then collaborating to scale. And these are my closing thoughts, and I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. Before that, any questions first? Yeah, Gladys.
Gladys Morales from the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very insightful. You mentioned something about local innovation and then how you were very much pro-local innovation, not so much for globalization and standardization. However, your last slide also talks about, collaboration to scale. Wouldn't you say that we need both? Because, we are big supporters of local innovation and listening to small scale farmers, which are, the focus of all of our investments. But we have also learned that scaling up is not possible unless you have interoperability and standardization. So could you elaborate a little bit more about,
Yes,
what
that's
is
a
the
great question. I think the point is to differentiate the data and the collaboration and the use cases, and on the other side, the technology platforms. There will always be global technology platforms that require scale. So when you look at what Amazon or Microsoft or Google can do, requires a certain scale to work. You cannot just operate country by country because you wouldn't be able to really drive the solutions at the scale that they are required. So these are the technology platforms, the infrastructure, the networks. And definitely we need to reach, even in between the cloud systems, there needs to be better connection. Otherwise, sometimes you have a hybrid cloud strategic approach, and then in between the clouds, you have a lot of expensive data flows, right? But when it comes to the local use cases, nobody will know your problems better than your customers, your population, your local communities. So I think the use cases, it's important that we continue to focus through hackathons, so through local understanding what the local communities need, rather than, not everybody is, gonna need to find the best hamburger. It's just, this might be a problem if you are in San Francisco. It might not be a problem, if you are in, Lombok. You need to focus on what is it that the community needs, what the use case and what the problem is that we need to solve, and then drive the use cases through the local communities and make sure that they are part of the process so they can then adopt it and scale it and adapt it when they need it.
Thanks very much for that question. I think we have one more question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the very good and informative presentation. My name is Priscilla Torres Rosell. I also come from IFAD. I have a question. You were in your presentation, I think you show 75% or 80% of the countries in the region, they have already a sound regulatory framework to support the application of FI. I would like to know if you have an indication of what has been the turnaround time for these countries to develop such a legal framework, and if you know what is the plan of the ones that are missing, and if you could tell us which countries are. And I'm saying this because we as a financial institution, we are funding projects and we would like eventually to pilot certain AI components. So this information is very relevant for us in order to push forwards such as initiative at the country level. Thank you.
I think there are a couple of reports that can give you more detail on where are each of the frameworks, and I'm very happy to send you some of these reports. It can give you also a little bit of visibility on how deep they go. Sometimes you go fast, but it's not very deep, and then sometimes it takes you longer, but you wanna go all the way and go a little bit deeper into each of the elements. I think there's everyone needs to find their own balance, and then I think I can send you a couple of reports that can give you a little bit more overview. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last question. Any more from the rest?
We can continue the conversation later over coffee. I know that you are all experts, so I'm hoping to learn from all of you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause for Dr. Mary again. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. So we will have a short break, right? Tea and coffee is right outside, and we will gather back here again at 10:35 again for the next panel discussion. See you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, let's get seated. And I think we're going to start with the next segment, right? So I hope everyone is sufficiently energized with your coffee and tea and your refreshments for the next part. Just to hear from the room, if I can get everyone to sit down, sorry, so that we can begin. Thanks. Thank you very much, right? So you heard about the overview, right, of AI in the region from Dr. Mary. I just want to hear from everyone here. Is there anything that stood out to you about what the developments are, besides the fact that it's ripe for innovation and potential? Is there anything that comes to your mind when you've heard the overview today of what AI can offer you so far? Yes?
One thing that stood out is that our region is kind of leading. That from that's what I understood. It seemed like the growth and the patents and we're kind of the leading sector in that. So that was something that was interesting.
And your name is, sorry? Manny, thank you very much for that. That we are leading, Asia Pacific as a region is leading, and it's ripe for change with AI. Anything else from anyone? Is there any specific use case that interested you that you would like to find out more about? Maybe from, okay, yeah.
Hi, this is Timmy. I'm with the government of Mongolia. So it was quite an insightful overview for us to kickstart the day. And one thing particularly stood out that I wish to touch upon further is about the ecosystem development, right? We talk about collaboration, we talk about local innovation, but then how do we engage the stakeholders to come together locally as well as regionally and then globally, right? How do we work together to drive this transformation more inclusive, right? So that's something I'm very, very interested to explore in the next few days. Thank you.
Right? Thank you very much, Tammy, for that. The inclusivity of AI, right? When we talk about new emerging technologies, this is a very, very key point, I think, that has been brought up that we should all keep in the back of our minds as we go forward. So for the next segment, we have Dr. Raul Katz, right, who is the president of Telecom Advisory Services, and he will be joining virtually talking about the impact of artificial intelligence on GDP growth in Asia Pacific, right? So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Raul Katz for this segment. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, but we need to.
Okay, very good. Yeah, as the introduction said, I'm going to talk about the impact of artificial intelligence on GDP growth, because ultimately, despite the assertions that AI is quite adopted in enterprises and governments in the region, ultimately what we're thinking about is whether the technology, besides having social benefits, what is the actual contribution that the technology has to the economy at the macro level? Is there any way by which we can go from stating that particular companies are benefiting from artificial intelligence to countries as a whole? And that's the purpose of my presentation. We start by looking at spending. Spending is essentially another way of referring to the market, is how much are countries in the region spending in the purchasing of artificial intelligence solutions. And when I mean solutions, I'm talking about all the different products that are included within the value chain that refers to artificial intelligence, whether it's platforms purchased by cloud service providers, software applications, systems integration to bring AI solutions within enterprises. So this is the whole thing. And what we're talking about is by the end of last year, $62 billion. Now, if you look at the yellow portion of the bar line, what you see is, in fact, that Asia Pacific is growing as a proportion of the total, the worldwide spending. Worldwide spending is in the order of $167 billion, but Asia Pacific is growing particularly because of the growth in Asia, in the PRC. But that notwithstanding, most of the countries in the region are actually increasing their spending in artificial intelligence. As I said, all different areas within the AI value chain. Now, the issue, though, is that in order to measure the impact of AI on the GDP, you have to look at two components. The first one is the one that I just presented. And as I said before, is all the revenues of AI providers, as I mentioned them before, and that's pretty much captured in market estimates. The second layer, which is a trickier one, has to do with the benefits that the AI generates throughout the economy as a whole. And in that sense, what we can see is that if you start decoupling the field of AI in particularly the two largest fields, one of them being machine learning, the second one being Gen AI, what you see in terms of the impact of those two fields in specific business applications or business processes, in the case of machine learning, pretty much used on predictive maintenance of equipment in manufacturing, fraud detection in financial services, recommendation systems in retail consumer goods. Essentially, what machine learning does is apply statistical rules to large amounts of data at a very high-level way of defining it. When we get to generative AI, essentially we're talking about content generation. And content generation in the different forms, whether it's video or written content, and it's being utilized in advertising, creation and translation of content itself, computer programming. It's being used increasingly in computer programming, product development, content development in customer-facing operations, basically customer service attendants that use generative AI to actually respond to queries on the part of customers and providing solutions or answers to the questions that customers ask. Now, this portion of spillover effects is not in the national accounts, because what you see in the national accounts or in input-output tables, what you see is the first layer of these economic impact, the spending, but not the impact on productivity of implementing these kind of solutions. I mean, productivity on business growth. And for that, we need to recur to econometric modeling. Now, recognizing that I don't have a lot of time to explain this, but basically what you do through econometric modeling is trying to build equations that link in an aggregate production function, which is the top equation, the impact that the terms such as artificial intelligence would have on GDP. Now, the key thing, as some of you might remember from your statistics classes, is that the causality could work both ways, in that sense that AI can have an impact on GDP, but GDP, particularly for richer countries, would have an impact on the adoption of AI. So what you have to do to control for that, what we call reverse causality, is add a set of equations that enable us to tease out the effect that this reverse causality could occur. And that's what we achieve through simultaneous equations. Now, how we did this, and we run it for a number of countries in the region, and the list of them are in the bottom part of the chart. And so what I'm going to present to you are the results at the quantitative level of how important the spillover effects are. On the aggregate, what you have, and this is the total value, we're talking about $680 billion. Now, if you notice, this 62 billion is the one that I mentioned before, the spending. But look at the spillover effects. This is the way by which the technology is spreading throughout the economy, through the different business processes, through the different industrial sectors. And as you can see, here is really where you get the economic impact, not necessarily in the spending. Obviously, the spending is somewhat related to the adoption, because more companies adopt the technology, the more you're going to see it in the spending numbers. But you see in terms of the impact of the GDP is actually on what we call the spillover effects. Now, we have a way of teasing out these effects by country as well. So what you see in the table on the left is the spending that occurs in the different countries that we've done the analysis for. We get the 62 billion, and you see pretty much what are the centers of gravity of these spending. As we expect, the countries that have the larger GDP are those that are going to spend the most on this, whether it's China, obviously, and whether it's Japan as well, whether it's India as well is particularly important. But in addition to that, we can measure the spillovers. And if we look at the spending as a portion of the GDP, what you see is China, New Zealand is quite important, as well as Singapore. So in a way, these are ways by which you can start seeing, well, where are the effects? And not only where are the effects in terms of the spending, but where is the economy as a whole at a macro level benefiting from this? Now, recognizing that I have limited amount of time, let's talk about a different aspect of this. When we talk about AI spending, there's a portion of it that is being delivered by what everyone knows as cloud service providers. A cloud service provider would be a Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, Oracle, Google Cloud, and the like. Now, these cloud service providers also provide AI platforms to the market as a whole. And these numbers here indicate what portion of revenues of AI, that's $62 billion in Asia Pacific, is being provided, is being served, is being supplied by cloud service providers. So out of the $62 billion, at least 2.7 billion are being provided by cloud service providers, and this is growing. Now, this is very important because, as probably you might know by now, what you need to run these AI platforms, you need quite a bit of computer resources. And the reason why cloud service providers are critical in delivering AI is because of what we call the complementarity, the interdependence between cloud and AI. And that's one of the reasons why this amount is growing. So as a percentage of the total spending, cloud service providers are going to be increasingly providing services or applications or platforms to the market in this region and around the world. And in fact, what you see, at least in terms of this purely descriptive complementarity, that countries that have higher adoption of cloud on the enterprise level, we have a higher adoption of AI. So clearly there is an interdependence, and this is important to realize. How is it that these effects that we're talking about before are going to materialize in the economies of Asia Pacific? From a policy standpoint, what do all these numbers mean? Well, first of all, is pretty much a confirmation that what you see is that artificial intelligence is a critical technology that drives economic growth in the area. And this is, something that has added to cloud services, to broadband, to mobile mobile broadband and mobile telephony services. This is critical in terms of monitoring economic growth. Secondly, we've seen that spillovers are a critical component of that economic contribution. And since spillovers are directly dependent on adoption, the key thing for countries is to maximize the adoption of artificial intelligence in the production side of the economy, in the firms that are included in the production of goods and services or in service sectors and the like. Now, what we need to understand also is that, as I mentioned before, not all platforms of AI are created equal, but there are some that are focused on machine learning applications, and that is more on the statistics side of predictive maintenance or fraud detection and the like. And the other ones are on Gen AI that are more related to content generation. They are not the same. And I'm saying this because the impact on business processes of different companies is going to be different whether you're working on machine learning or Gen AI. It's not just a matter of thinking about ChatGPT as being the only solution that has to be implemented in the market. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that cloud computing as a vehicle to deliver AI and maximizing the adoption on the part of enterprises is a critical component. And in that sense, if countries tend to provide a higher adoption of cloud, they will actually overperform in terms of AI economic impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raul, for that, right? Raul, please stay on the line, right, as we transition into a panel discussion. Oh, we have a question over here. Yes. So, Dr. Raul, we have a question.
Very good.
Hi. Hi, everyone. This is Usman from Pakistan. Raul, I just wanted to ask you, you talked about these simultaneous equations that you solved. Can you talk more about it and tell us what those equations are and how do you see it in the light of, for example, you had some data about Pakistan as well. So I would want to know what these simultaneous equations are and how did you solve them and what were the variables?
Yeah, well, I'd be glad to share the presentation at the end of the session. But essentially, what you have is terms that relate to obviously AI adoption, AI spending, cloud adoption, cloud spending, broadband, as I mentioned before, a number of data points that relate to macroeconomic data. Gross fixed capital formation, percentage of the labor force that is being trained. In general, most of the data, particularly at the macro level, it's either from the IMF or the World Bank. The data coming in terms of AI spending comes from IDC, which in my view is the more reliable source for market data on AI, and it provides it by country. On adoption, that's a critical component because adoption, AI adoption for countries in Asia Pacific, in my understanding, is only available for some countries. And the countries are Japan, Korea, Australia, but other countries don't have statistics on AI adoption. So therefore, we have to interpolate our data based on some of the variables to determine what we predict the adoption to be in order to estimate the overall equation. Because as I said, AI adoption is one that we lack data for all countries. And then the data for cloud spending and cloud spending is obviously, again, IDC, and cloud adoption could be either from countries in the region, and some countries do business statistics. Their statistical agencies compile data on cloud adoption, and others we have to follow the same kind of methodology of interpolating what adoption is for that specific countries. That being said, all our data is open, and this is we're very willing to share the information with different countries or parties, so you can see exactly how is it that we conduct the estimations for the equations, and obviously the raw data for running them.
Cool. Thank you very
I
much.
don't know if I answered your question.
Yep, it answered the question well. Thank you very much, Dr. Raul, for the insightful presentation and the great question, right? So we are going to be stringing all of this information together with our panel. So if I just transition to the panel slide, on the top left, you will have a QR code where you can submit some of your questions that a lot of you are already thinking about, right? And moving further on, I would like now to introduce our panelists, right? So for the AI Catalyzing Economic Growth panel, we have Ritesh Shetty, from a partner from Boston Consulting Group, who is, all about innovation, product strategy, and digital transformation to actually introduce the next segment as well as introduce the guests. So Ritesh, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much. I think a quick introduction by myself. My name is Ritesh Shetty. I'm based in Singapore. I'm a partner at Boston Consulting Group, one of the management consulting firms And my focus over the last 2 decades has been organizational transformation. In fact, last 15 years has been focusing on digital transformation. As you can imagine, AI has been one of the key topics. So that's something that I work on. I focus essentially on AI and human centricity, the intersection of that. As you can see, transformation requires us to keep human centricity in mind. So that's been the topic that I focus on. I've had the opportunity to work in many countries. In the last 6 to 7 years, the focus has been in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia. Really looking forward to the session today. We have great panel members today, but just to give you a quick introduction about what we are focusing on. The session today focuses on, we'll explore how strategies the governments can take to integrate AI into their economies, and also focus on the policy frameworks. So, our esteemed panel members would essentially be bringing their own experience and sharing with us today. With that, I would like to introduce Dr. Ming Tan. Dr. Tan, would you like to share a bit about yourself? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for spending your morning with us, and for those who are tuning in online as well. My name is Ming, and I'm the founding executive director of a nonprofit organization. We're quite young. We're only 3 years old. We're called the Tech for Good Institute. The work that we do is to really look at issues at the intersection between technology, the economy, and society. We are focused exclusively on Southeast Asia, so you'll excuse some of my examples are from Southeast Asia, but I think that we can learn a lot from what's happening in other countries as well. And our question is really, how might we leverage technology to advance a more inclusive and equitable and sustainable trajectory for the future? So that's our purpose, and we work to raise public understanding of tech issues, do some research, try to get some data out, and then also, I think very importantly, have conversations across the public, private, and civil society sectors, because this is really a whole of society approach, and we're we talk about transformation, right? We're not just transforming the economy, we're transforming society, and we're transforming what being citizens looks like. So this has to be a whole of society approach.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. We also have 2 panel members who will be joining us online. You already met Dr. Rahul Katz. Can we get the video going on there? Or okay. Oh, perfect. And you already met Dr. Rahul Katz. I would like to then go to Gareth. Gareth, would you mind giving us a couple of points on your background and experience?
Sure. Thanks, Ritesh. I'm here representing my name is Gareth Tan. I'm here representing the Secretariat of the Coalition for Digital Prosperity for Asia, or DPA. We represent small and medium digital businesses from across the Asia Pacific. We were founded in 2022, and over the past 2 years, we've grown to represent over 100 members from 9 economies across the Asia Pacific region. So just to tell you a bit more about the DPA has 2 aims. First is to really improve awareness of regulatory issues across the region among SMEs, and secondly, to provide a platform for small digital businesses to engage with policymakers on the regulatory processes that have a bearing on how they do business. So this is especially vital. I think you guys will agree on, given the rising regulatory complexity of the Asia Pacific region, a big factor which really inspired the founding of the DPA in the first place. So to those ends, we provide comprehensive bi-weekly primers of relevant regulatory developments to our members, and provide free consultations on regulatory matters and market entry issues. We also seek to create opportunities for our members to talk to policymakers and tell them about their challenges directly. So the way that I like to position us is that, while many larger firms have government affairs departments and representatives to engage with governments on their behalf, it's very uncommon for small firms and startups to enjoy the same benefit. The DPA functions as a free government affairs department, kind of. Providing some of the same capabilities for small firms who don't have the same resources to commit to the task. So that's just a bit about DPA and our goal, which is why we're really thankful to the ADB for having us here today, because capturing any opportunity to put the challenges of small business front and center with policymaker audiences is a real win for us. So thanks for having us here.
Thank you so much, Gareth. I'll probably start off with Dr. Katz, and I think that was a great presentation, especially on the impact of AI on the GDP growth. Dr. Katz, if I may start with the first question, I mean, given the insights that you have on the AI's impact on GDP, which specific sectors in Asia hold the most potential for AI-driven growth?
I would decouple the question in two areas. What are the ones that we perceive right now in terms of what the data tells us? And as you say in your question, what are the ones that have more potential? Because they might not be the same. If I look at the first, I think that they are primarily, we see the adoption in information and communications as one of the sectors, financial services, and logistics. Where I see that there's a lot of more potential, and I don't see yet as much adoption, will be on manufacturing and agriculture. So those are the two sectors that I really believe that we should up our game. Economies should up their game in terms of adoption, because I see where the big impact on GDP might occur, particularly on the manufacturing side. That's where I see a lot of the externalities. It's natural that you're going to see that in information and communications, because that's the most innovative sector in terms of adoption of technologies, that they're the most open and more, and financial services as well, because to some degree that they are more open to the adoption of particularly some solutions that are critical for the performance of financial services. Logistics, we see it as having quite a bit of an impact. And there, I think that we have the two things: early adoption and good impact going forward.
Great, excellent. And I think I do second that, because as in my capacity in my day job, we do see a lot of adoption happening on the financial services sector, especially with what you see on the customer service and customer support side. And again, I think Dr. Katz mentioned a very important point about AI is not just Gen AI. It's just that for general population, that seemed to be the interface for AI, right? But traditionally, if you've seen, a lot of work has gone back in. Dr. Katz, if I can follow up on this question, you mentioned about manufacturing being one where there's a potential, but probably not has been done, or not a lot of has been done. What do you think is actually hindering this sector from adopting it?
Yeah, I think that, well, there are two factors. Let me talk about the second one, because I think that's very important. The first one has to do with the infrastructure and how I mentioned how cloud computing was so complementary to the deployment of AI, and therefore the development of cloud data centers is a critical component. But the second area, I think, is the most critical one, where governments really need to intervene. And that has to do with how manufacturing companies adapt their production processes to incorporate AI as one of the key components of those production processes. So this, in economics, we call this the accumulation of intangible capital, because it's not necessarily a computer that you buy, but it is how are you going to restructure your business processes? How are you going to train your employees to understand how their jobs have changed by incorporating artificial intelligence in the process? That takes time. That requires a lot of effort and requires a lot of leadership on the part of management, because the change management, and this is probably an area that you might be very related to, it requires a lot of leadership on the part of management to actually lead that kind of change process. There's a little bit, I got to tell you, I mean, I also see an innovator's dilemma, because the incorporation of these solutions is not without risk. And in some cases, management might see my evaluated potential that say, well, the risks of going through these massive change in my operating model is such that I might postpone it until I'm retired. And that obviously the economy suffers as a whole.
Got it. I think, Dr. Katz, that's excellent. In fact, personal experience, we in BCG call it as 10-20-70 when organizations look at AI and transformation. 10 is actually basically the algorithms and the models that you put together. 20 is about the tools. 70% of the transformation efforts are actually should be devoted towards people, process, and change management. And where you see the massive difference is organizations thinking exactly the opposite of it, where they think 70% of the effort should go into building the best possible model and algorithm. Actually, it's the reverse, right? So I think Dr. Katz mentioned about the same thing. Maybe that's a good segue for me to move to Dr. Tan here. Dr. Tan, how can businesses adopt AI and address more of social responsibility while also fostering growth?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, if I can just broaden your question, it's actually two very fundamental challenges of any kind of innovation, AI being one new technology. The first is how may the adoption of new technologies like AI be inclusive, right? And then the second is how may the adoption of new technology be socially responsible? Because the first one is to ensure that the benefits of new technology, whether it's cloud computing or AI, are really enjoyed by all. The countries in Southeast Asia, although you see amazing numbers with investments, etc., but they are grappling with a widening digital divide already, and the impact of some of these unintended consequences from earlier digital transformations like cybercrime or social media. Agriculture, manufacturing, Southeast Asia in particular, and maybe some of your countries as well, is marked by a very large MSME sector, right? In Southeast Asia, we have 71 million MSMEs, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and they account for 97% of all businesses, and they hire like 2/3 of the entire working population. So, if they are going to, how do they adopt AI when many of them can't actually afford the basic investments in digital transformation? Upskilling themselves, we talked about people and change management, ensuring cybersecurity amidst a very changing threat landscape, and complying with emerging and changing data protection laws. So actually, it's quite interesting. MSMEs tend to enter the digital economy through platforms. It can be an online-only platform like Facebook or Google or something, or through what I call online to offline platforms like e-commerce. There they can enjoy the benefits, whether you reach customers from overseas or you can get better wholesale prices, for example. This is the same with AI, right? The things that they use, WhatsApp to talk to their customers, voice search, Google Maps to be able to find the best routes for their deliveries, they all have AI embedded in it. So they might not necessarily be building their own models or building their own product algorithms, but if the large companies and the large platforms can deploy AI in a socially responsible way, socially and environmentally responsible way, then you will have large swathes of the economy following suit. The second question is, how may the adoption of new tech be socially responsible? Now, companies, first and foremost, we have to be very realistic, right? They have a responsibility to their shareholders and to their investors. So they need to make a continual case, business case, for social and environmental responsibility. Gareth, I'd love to talk more about this with you, because when the Tech for Good Institute looked at over 400 companies across Southeast Asia, digital economy companies, yeah? These are from small digital startups to the larger publicly listed ones. They were primarily invested in maintaining their license to operate as their key non-financial goal, not social or necessarily social or environmental responsibilities. Because as Gareth was saying, there's such rapid changes in stakeholder landscape because of changing regulatory landscapes. So when we talk about AI adoption, it's about finding that sweet spot between encouraging innovation, inclusive adoption, and maintaining trust. I think Dr. Mary mentioned trust before. For the big AI companies, it's not enough to say, can we be compliant, or we just take a risk management view to it. I think they have to understand that they are really the way in which MSMEs and large parts of the population actually come onto this transformative force. For companies struggling to keep pace with innovation, they do rely on these big service providers, right? Whether it's your cloud computing to very specific tools. So they really do need help on that process, people, process, and system side, right? To be able to evolve. I actually believe that AI applications can accelerate progress, because a digital transformation is just an enabler to the must-win transformations that we have, right? The circular economy transformation, the low carbon transformation. But the potential will not be realized if AI is not developed, deployed, and adopted safely and inclusively.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. In fact, just before the panel, you and I were discussing about how big tech organizations are moving away from just the LLM business now and thinking about what the real use cases are, and that's where you drive a lot of adoption. Dr. Tan, from your view, could you give some examples from the region?
Sure. And I want to echo what Dr. Mary said before, right? AI, number one, is not new. It's been around since 1950s. There have been booms, busts, winters and booms, so to speak. And today we're seeing the cumulative effect of many advancements: cloud computing, AI, data sets, compute power, for example. And also that AI has been applied to almost every single industry. I think Dr. Raul talked about Gen AI as opposed to other kinds of AI for, predictive maintenance, for example. Let me give one very simple example. Across Southeast Asia, we have very different types of transportation networks, right? We just don't go from A to B via a road. Those who are really in the know might say, oh, we'll go down this alleyway, or we'll go over this bridge, or I'll hop on a ferry and do 2 stops and then I'll pop over. Some of the alleyways are so small, only a motorbike can go through, not a car. And so in Indonesia, they call these jalan tikus, right? Rat alleys. So conventional roadmaps that rely on satellite imagery or data from car-mounted cameras will not capture this diversity. So Grab, which is a Southeast Asian company, partnered with its merchants, its delivery partners, and its drivers to aggregate data on a community road geospatial mapping program. And they then use AI to cleanse and process this street view data. And these geospatial capabilities, of course, helps Grab's core businesses, right? Any of you have been to NUS, it's a maze because it's actually built on a ridge. And so they say only the Grab driver can get food to, science building because they're going via all these stairs. Of course, it helps their core business. But at the same time, what Grab has done is to add more than 800,000 kilometers of data to OpenStreetMap, which is an open platform. So currently, Grab Maps is used by AWS for its location services solution for Southeast Asia. And then organizations, even if it's a small digital startup or public agencies, can use the solution if they need a location-based service. So I think the point I just want to use out of this example is that Southeast Asia actually has a lot to offer. Your countries have a lot to offer because we have tools that need to be fit for purpose, like Dr. Mary said, Professor Mary said, right? You can't just cut and paste technology. We need to be able to, we have data that may not always be available on a global scale. We have use cases that we can see that's not always, available from a global perspective. So we need to be able to adapt AI systems to address our needs and our context. And, in the case of Grab Maps, in addition to the product capability and the ability to adopt these new products and services, some investment in foundational capability to build the systems for our market and people are also really important.
Great, thank you. I think that's a great example of a novel innovation, right, which is very specific to the region and sort of completely changes how people can use services and can be extended through the use of, I would say, the other external service providers. A follow-up question to that maybe is, what can government and policymakers do to sort of encourage this AI innovation and also keeping the good governance in mind?
Sure. Whenever you say government, you immediately think about regulation and policy, right? But I'll go to the one that I just mentioned, which is capability building, because that's a place that governments actually can have a very big role to play. We'll maybe talk about that a little bit later, but capability building is super important. And then the second is that all of your tech policy elements have to be fit for purpose. I think, Dr. Mary, you talked about the AI roadmaps, but actually underpinning AI is you need to have an up-to-date and fit-for-purpose data protection law, for example. You have your cybersecurity frameworks in place. Your intellectual property has to be in place for generative AI. So this is something else that the basics are really important. The third would be sectoral or industry-specific regulations. I mean, we talked about fintech being the ones that's really ahead. Why? Is because central banks have come, have sort of looked around, they talked to each other, and they've just said, okay, let's actually think about what a governance framework looks like for financial institutions, and then that has enabled, we're in the fintech hub here, right? A spate of innovations in fintech. Fourth, business moves fast and governments move slow, right? That's just a reality. And so given the rapid pace of innovation in AI, it's really hard to have policies that don't become obsolete almost immediately. So I think responsive governance is actually quite interesting. For example, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines have all created policy sandboxes for fintech company so that you can experiment, learn, yet mitigate risk, and there can be learning on both sides. For companies to actually think about how they can comply, for policymakers to also learn how to actually regulate well. And then the last is that AI is global, and so are the problems we face today, like climate change. So to spur economic growth and sustainable development, we need to have interoperability across jurisdictions. We can do this, for example, ASEAN has the ASEAN AI governance and ethics frameworks, but we also have the techie solution, right? Which is through the standards development organizations, the SDOs, the IECs and the ISOs, for example. And these international AI standards have all the major AI countries participating, including China, right? And so sometimes you got to let the engineers in the room as well. So 5 things: capability, getting the basics right, thinking about maybe doing it sectorally, embracing learning and iteration at the policy level as well, and then also working together. Only governments can work with other governments to enable interoperability.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think just a quick side note, if you have questions, I hope some of you at least scan the QR code. We'll be putting that up as well. So if you have any questions to what's being discussed, do share your questions there. Towards the end of the session, I'll be taking those questions and asking to our panel members. Maybe now moving on to Gareth. I think Gareth, Dr. Tan here mentioned about the innovation that Grab did. Would you like to give any other sort of examples that you've seen from where you are in terms of the unique values which are being delivered, and also some of the challenges which organizations, corporations, or these startups could be facing, primarily because of the regulations that the countries or the policymakers need to be looking at?
Sure, thanks, Ritesh. And just to very briefly touch on Dr. Tan's point about NUS being quite inaccessible. Yes. I happen to live there on campus accommodation, so yes, I can definitely empathize with that point, and I'm very thankful for all of Grab's hard work to try and map all that out. But yes, to your question, the DPA is privileged to have members which both work on AI models and members which use AI models. And I think there's a very important distinction to be drawn there in terms of how we think about these things. So for example, one of our active members is Eugene Chia, who's the founder of Recursal.ai and works on the open source large language model RWKV, or RACurve. RACurve is widely known to be one of the strongest open source models for multilingual work in existence, with components now being run on every Windows PC updated since this August, more than 1.5 billion and counting. So I joked with him, I don't know if you're necessarily counted as an SME anymore. But multi-language competence is, of course, especially important for the Asia Pacific because this region is so linguistically heterogeneous, and it's a known challenge that focusing on performance in multi-lang can affect single language performance, which forces a lot of larger firms to make a compromise and prioritize a language that's more economically viable, so to speak, right? Like English or Mandarin Chinese or something like that. So this means that projects like RACurve and companies like Recursal.ai are in a unique position to fill a niche that desperately needs to be filled, so that people from countries with less well-represented languages can be empowered to make use of AI as well, and we can stop the existing digital divide from growing larger. Another of our members, Carbon GPT, is an AI solutions provider from Malaysia, which uses large language models to create an easily navigable interface for carbon emissions reporting. So the Carbon GPT's AI product automates data collection on carbon emissions and generate reports for companies that they can submit for due diligence purposes, while also proposing and designing roadmaps for them to reduce emissions over time. So as a lot of people will be aware, a good number of countries across the region are putting in place carbon reporting obligations for companies. And while many larger firms will have the resources in place to meet these obligations quite easily, smaller firms and legacy companies may not have the infrastructure to meet these reporting requirements. So having an AI solution that automates these processes and can respond to requests for reporting or data that are made in natural language, that is without the need for any coding or Excel expertise, is a game changer. So how regulation affects Recursive.ai and Carbon GPT is different, because the organization's relationship with large language models is different, right? One is a developer and one is a user. And there's an ongoing conversation about things like responsibility for output in terms of bias or misinformation or other negative outcomes potentially associated with AI. But taking a big step back, the ability to even engage in that conversation must be couched in understanding that there's a difference between developers and users or deployers, kind of like the processor-controller distinction in the GDPR, right? And that there needs to be an equally clear distinction drawn between the responsibilities attached to each role separately. So something that both Recursive.ai and Carbon GPT do grapple with, though, is rising challenges associated with data policy, specifically in terms of data localization and data residency requirements. I mean, to the points that were being raised previously about the degree to which cloud use and AI by Professor Katz, about how cloud use and AI use are kind of correlated. Almost all of our companies have come to us telling us about how, I mean, both AI using and potentially AI using have come to us telling us about how many countries in the region where, how for many countries in the region where data was stored was kind of a secondary consideration in terms of their negotiations with their local partners. But now it's clearly kind of like, for some countries, it's become basically the first question that is asked, and that can become a key determinant for whether or not they can even do business in that country or not. So the challenge here is that a lot of smaller companies rely on digital infrastructure that's enabled by cloud to allow them to scale flexibly. And this means that data storage may not be geographically located in the same country where they may be servicing customers, right? Because they're using applications that are cloud-based, which are, geographically situated in a different jurisdiction. So duplicating this storage on the ground in every country they're active in can be prohibitively expensive, because the margins members dealing with are really razor thin. So I think that's probably the biggest single challenge in terms of like regulation our members across the region are facing right now.
Great point. I think I do have that as one of the key things that I wanted to check with you. I think you've sort of leaned towards that. Are there things, Gareth, that policymakers can do, keeping especially the data sovereignty in mind? And I think Dr. Dan mentioned about, the sandbox environment where we're thinking about. And this is also a question that a lot of our clients basically ask us, because a lot of large transformations, you are also dependent upon what the technology, the service provider, the cloud service providers are giving. So how should policymakers balance this, Gareth, in your view?
Sure. I think first of all, for the sovereignty question, this is a challenging one, because there's a bunch of conversations nowadays ongoing about data sovereignty and indeed AI sovereignty, right? As in, like, this is a separate concepts which are kind of interrelated. But it's a complex issue because there are always going to be legitimate reasons for policymakers to consider sovereignty a priority, cases involving national security, for example. But what I would say is that, especially for AI development, few countries, especially in the Asia-Pacific region, can be islands, figuratively speaking. Singapore is an island. You're all an island. But the linguistic and cultural heterogeneity of the region means that the development of AI models that can capably service use cases in Asia has to be a multi-stakeholder effort involving people from many different places, which can only happen if data can flow freely across borders.
Got it. Just a last question on that one, maybe a follow-up would be, a lot of times from a corporate perspective, the question is always, hey, what's the starting point? So from a government perspective, if let's say the policymakers are looking at this, what are the fundamental, I would say, foundational things that they have to account for or start with to get this going?
As in, with regards to AI growth, you mean?
With regards to the sort of the advancements of AI and adoption in the various different sectors.
Sure. So, I mean, I think one of the key considerations for, one of the key challenges that many governments face right now, I think, is with balancing AI growth and kind of like protecting data, and kind of like some of those data considerations with regards to privacy, for example, right? So, first of all, on that point, I would say that, we need to recognize that while AI introduces new and specific risks regards to data and privacy, many instances of data breaches have been due to human error and poor cyber hygiene, which is something that, affecting the general public as well as many regional governments as well as the private sector. So the promotion of awareness at the individual and organizational level about cyber hygiene in general, which we touched on very briefly previously, is something that, can help in general. But in terms of what governments can do to address, to kind of like promote them and balance the privacy kind of like dimension, is that there needs to be, first of all, that clear understanding in terms of like what comes out of regulation between the responsibilities of developers and deployers, because that's just the fundamental and necessary first step to helping companies determine what kind of standards their data policies need to be calibrated to address. But separately, I think the TPA generally would recommend that regulation takes into account the specific needs of the sectors in which AI companies are going to be operating, instead of regulating AI systems generally, like something like the EU AI Act might be doing, for example. We think that, for example, sectoral regulators like Singapore's MAS, for example, Monetary Authority of Singapore, would be the ones that would be best positioned to design and implement regulation governing AI use in their specific sectors. In MAS's case, is the financial sector, right? So this allows for more targeted approaches that can be implemented with greater agility and take into account the expertise of the sectoral regulator, including its awareness of how exactly AI would be used in its sector and the relationships and exchanges it would already have with companies and organizations operating within their sector as well. So, to Dr. Tan's point just now, private sector moves faster than the public sector, but there are always going to be organs within the public sector that are, already a bit more in tune with their kind of like specific slice of the private sector. And I think, like giving them a bit more leeway to kind of like make those AI regulations would make sure that, a lot of those AI regulations will be more targeted and more agile, right? Because this would generally be, I think, a good approach for making sure that all the regulations that get implemented are proportionate to what they should be doing and are less likely to impose, an unbearable burden. And this is really especially very important for smaller companies like, our members.
Thank you, Gareth, for that. That's great inputs. I want to pivot now in terms of more from foundational sort of capabilities to actual workforce capabilities, right? And maybe this is a question for you, Dr. Tan, is considering the AI's societal impact, how can public and private sector prepare for the workforce, especially, in an AI integrated economy moving forward?
Thank you so much. Because I think if AI is to catalyze not just economic growth, but inclusive growth, then this is the nub of what we have to get right? Because it's about our future and our current workforce and what are their skills that they need to have. I know you wanted to jump straight to workforce enterprise skills, but let me just say one word about at the individual level, right? Because I think digital literacy is really changing. In Southeast Asia, we have about 460 million internet users, and 100 million of them, almost a quarter of them, only came on board over the last 5 years during the pandemic. So what does this mean? This means that they're probably cloud native, they're almost certainly mobile native, and by and large, they're generally AI native, because things like being able to, search, watching YouTube, going on TikTok, having algorithmic recommendations is all part and parcel. This is what is normal to them. And so digital literacy includes AI literacy moving forward, right? How do you recognize AI-generated content? How do you understand potential biases? How do you use AI critically to help you, but also maintain autonomy in decision making? These are actually skill sets not just for workers, but for citizens, because AI is going to be used in both the private sector and in the public sector. Then the second part is about upskilling all workers, not just those in the digital economy space. There's been some research that the skills needed for any job globally has already changed by over 25% since 2015. So if I'm working in a shop as a retail assistant, my job has changed even though my job title hasn't changed. And with AI tools accelerating this pace and scale of change, we expect job transformation to happen even more quickly, up to 65% by 2030. And then, last but not least, we need skill sets for the economy that we can't even envision yet. We were talking before, I have a 20-year-old who's turning 20 next week. And he's like, what's the most interesting job, Mom? And I said, the most interesting job hasn't been invented yet, right? It doesn't exist yet in an industry that we don't know yet. So, you know, it's been estimated that 85% of the jobs we might see in 10 years may not exist today. You know, like the job of a prompt engineer didn't exist 3 years ago. So I think that the premium on specific skills, can I code in Python, will shift to a premium on adaptiveness, the ability to learn fast, navigate ambiguity, and draw connections from past experiences to new challenges.
Great, thank you so much. In fact, we were just chatting before. I have a 3-year-old, so I have no clue what she's going to study, right? I mean, it's for a world which probably is not there at the moment. I think you mentioned about a couple of capabilities, Dr. Tan, prompt engineering being one. I think growing up, I mean, I started my career as a developer, right? So I learned to code. I was really bad at it. But what I realized was, I think, as somebody who's problem solving, who's sort of bringing that capability to the profession, I think that really helped me build my structured problem solving capabilities. And I still sort of do a bit of coding from here now and then. Just want to see, you know, from your perspective, what will be the capabilities that policymakers or governments can probably look at? And maybe as a follow-up, have you seen any public-private partnership in the region which has worked successfully? Any examples?
Yeah, sure. You know, Tech for Good Institute, we go around to all of the Southeast Asia countries and we talk to policymakers. And the number one question is, what sort of capability do I invest in? 5 years ago, there was a huge scramble to build technical skills, right? Data analytics, computer vision, robotics, etc. These remain important. Don't get me wrong. It's not like you don't need that anymore. But in addition to focusing on these skills, we need to be able to have the skills to bring AI products to market. You know what Gareth was talking about, the difference between developing and deploying, right? Creating a product around ChatGPT, creating a product around an LLM that would make sense in the edtech sector, for example. And how do you integrate those AI resources? How do you make sure that what you create aligns with society's values and national priorities? Governance, risk, and ethics, often not taught in engineering schools, super important today. And then also what we talked about, combining AI expertise with your knowledge of a specific sector. It could be health, it could be transport, it could be finance, whatever. And then I think, I'll come back to this question about adaptiveness, right? It's maybe not a skill, more a mindset or a muscle. You can use whatever analogy you like. I think it's about remaining curious and how do you take control of your own learning and what policymakers can do to encourage lifelong learning. It was only last week that GitHub, which is the open source platform, they launched this thing called the Octoverse report every October, at the end of every October. And they reported a surge in global developer communities, especially in non-English speaking countries and in countries which were linguistically diverse. And they attribute this to, they correlate this to the proliferation of Gen AI tools, right? Which means that enablers can engage not just with code, but engage with communities, regardless of what their preferred spoken language is. So really continuing to learn and supporting lifelong learning and skills, super important. Now, in terms of public-private partnerships, Absolutely. You know, we have this throughout, not just in the AI space, you know, in the whole digital transformation space. You know, you've got does micro-credentialing, AWS has the Cloud Institute for the cloud engineers. And public-private partnerships are really important so that you can have competency job matching, right? How do we know that what's being taught is what employers want? And that conversation between the public and private sector is so, so important, right? You want to make sure that the educational investments are equipping your future generations with the skills that are valued in the marketplace, both nationally, regionally, and globally. So Microsoft did something quite sector specific for each individual country. For example, they'll work with the tourism ministry in Thailand and say, okay, what do we need in Thailand to have AI skills in the tourism sector? And then they'll work with the Philippines and say, okay, in the education sector, how do we integrate AI and cyber skills amongst K through 12, for example? And then let me circle back to SMEs. You know, you just said before, we can educate and upskill individuals, but we have to educate and upskill SMEs as well. And so Singapore's generative AI sandbox is an example specifically for SMEs, bringing together the regulators, the developers, the deployers to help 300 SMEs to actually get hands-on experience in AI and to be able to use and to be able to bring in, how do I use AI in very practical things, in marketing, in sales, in customer engagement, in inventory management, and in business processes, for example.
Very interesting. In fact, as BCG, we worked with Skills Future in Singapore to launch a very specific program called RISE. And this is, again, sort of upskilling general population and capabilities around digital transformation, business and data analytics, as well as, digital marketing. So, as part of that, thousands of people got upskilled and basically, looking at, career development. Maybe it's a good pivot for us to now go to Dr. Katz. Dr. Katz, I want to sort of now emphasize or look at the infrastructure element. So according to you, what specific infrastructure investments should countries prioritize to support AI's growth across diverse sectors? We did look at or mention. So according to you, what should be those specific infrastructure investments that countries should prioritize?
Yeah. Well, the only two that we've seen that are totally correlated with the development of AI, not correlated, but also causally driving are on one hand broadband. That's not surprise, and the other one the deployment of data centers, large data centers. Given the amount of resources that particularly foundational models require for their training, but also for supporting some of the infrastructure. I mean, we're looking at some of the costs that it requires to support the deployment of some of these AI applications. And they're pretty high. Obviously, in terms of intermediate inputs, energy is quite important. And we've seen that energy is a critical element, a critical component to make sure that our infrastructure is functioning properly. And we've seen countries that obviously they're not up to snuff in terms of their electrical generation and distribution infrastructure transmission in order to support those data centers. So there we see quite a bit of a stumbling block. So I would tend to think those two are important. I think that, I mean, just I apologize, but going back to some of the points that were raised before, and I don't know whether, I mean, obviously I'm based in New York, and therefore I'm sort of like have a pretty good handle on the reality of what's going on in the United States. But I get a sense that still from an adoption standpoint, and obviously going to the SME situation that you were talking about, I see quite a bit of a lag. And I don't know whether it's the United States relative to what's going on in Southeast Asia, or whether you guys in the region see similar kind of obstacles or barriers to adoption. But here we see it quite a bit. And obviously, I think we are deploying some of the initiatives that you're talking about. But still, there's a lag between the initiatives and when these initiatives are going to yield some effect. So whenever I stand and look at the national statistics in terms of adoption, at the enterprise level, I see at AI the numbers to be quite low. So I think that maybe we need to come back a little bit to what's a temporal dimension when some of the impacts that I was talking about are going to realize, and whether we have to work very hard on some of the initiatives that were presented by both panelists to make sure that these things happen in a shorter period of time. But I'm still a little bit, I wouldn't say pessimistic, but I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative on sort of particularly on the time lag.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? And I think just to sort of give my couple of sense or experience, I think one of the key challenges that we've seen with the SMEs in the region is one is the awareness and sort of attributing the value of this adoption, right? I mean, a lot of times you would notice that they're okay to do the same work the same way that they did 30 years ago. So just to see the value of, hey, this will bring a massive change. Second thing is the adoption part, where there's a fear of, hey, if I do this, would I get redundant? Especially with the employees of that SME, right? And that's a challenge that you have to overcome. But again, it'll be great to explore. Dr. Katz, if I can follow up, especially in the region, especially countries with limited resources, how can they make, impactful investments in infrastructure to support this development?
Well, I think, a couple of things. I mean, obviously, there's the role of multilateral banks that have a key role to play there. I've seen it particularly in the developing world. They have the resources and the expertise to work around sort of the targeted investments in infrastructure. So I see the multilateral banks. I see some sovereign funds playing in some countries, obviously not all of them, because some of them, the sovereign funds are quite small. I see some of the maybe some of the big enterprises of private sector could move into that, and I've seen it. Some telecommunication service providers recognize that this is the way the wind is blowing, and therefore that they should try to invest in the infrastructure that would enable them to provide some of the services that are required by, let's say, small and medium enterprises. But I think that still, as you just mentioned, I mean, there's some skepticism. There's the other one on going back to the jobs. I've done a number of studies on the impact on jobs, and you probably are aware of some of those that have been published even by this year's Nobel Prize. I mean, we have key issues in terms of capital labor substitution that would yield some job losses. Obviously, there's a sort of a compensation effect, because obviously the people that are being trained right now are going to be growing the ranks of people that will be employed at very favorable compensation packages, and the people that lose their jobs by virtue of the fact of the substitution of artificial intelligence are generally those that are in routine jobs that require lesser cognitive skills, that are less educated. So what you effectively are seeing is this growing polarization. Anyone that has been to Seattle or San Francisco can see it in the streets. This growing polarization is another phenomenon that we have to deal with, and their governments are critical. I believe, and I strongly believe, that the emphasis on education is a key factor in that regard. And I've seen some of the developing countries that have emphasized education. A case in point, well, it's an OECD. It's an OECD country like Chile. Their emphasis in education has enabled them to limit the negative impact on labor substitution of these new technologies. So clearly, I'm very convinced that the emphasis that governments put in educating the population and just purely elevating the level of education, it's a good insurance policy.
Thank you, Dr. Katz. And maybe I'll pivot to Gareth. Gareth, what would your take on this be? Specifically the points that Dr. Katz mentioned about the skills gaps and the education. Especially when it comes to the AI adoption. are there strategies that the countries can take to close the skill gap?
Yeah. First of all, I want to definitely echo, I think, Dr. Tan's point about how adaptability is really going to become a core focus, I think, moving forward, rather than specific skills, right? And with regards to the issue of kind of like SMEs being slow to adopt, I would say as a caveat that there are SMEs and then there's SMEs. You know what I mean? It's such a diverse kind of area. It's true that the legacy SMEs will have a much harder time. And, we've seen this with the past waves of digital transformation, that legacy SMEs have always had a harder time kind of like adapting to the new, to new kind of like digital infrastructure and things like that, especially over COVID, right? But you're also going to have SMEs who are leading the pack, right? So it's kind of like important to have that distinction when kind of like figuring, how to gauge the SMEs sectors, if it can be classified as a sector, as kind of like adaptability, I guess. But, look, at the end of the day, with regards to skills, right, and knowledge of AI, at a very fundamental level, I think many people we all need to kind of confront the fact that very few people know how AI actually works. And this is something that's universal across industries, and both in the public sector and the private sector. And as far as many are concerned, it's a magic box that you ask to do things and it coughs out very confident answers, right? Importantly, this means that people tend to both overestimate what AI can do and in some cases underestimate what it can achieve. So you have some people who think that the coming of the machine god is nigh tomorrow, and other people who treat it as a toy, acute eccentricity, and don't really think very much more carefully about how it can be integrated into workflows. So at a very foundational level, before we even really talk about what, skills and, specific steps, then just needs to generally be a stronger education about how AI works and where it might be heading. And importantly, also what its limitations are right now. I mean, for example, something that was mentioned very briefly just now, there is a distinction between generative AI and predictive AI, which is, what some would classify traditional AI, the AI that has been kind of like used for quantitative assessment, things like that for a significant period of time. And generative AI is configured in an entirely different way. It's a statistical engine that creates textual or visual input and things like that. And there's differences in how it works, but people don't really understand it. They just think AI is a kind of a mesh thing, right? And to a certain extent, and this is something that a few of my friends in the developer community and a great number of my scientist friends get very irritated about, is that, AI has become so big that it kind of like now encompasses all of computing to a certain extent. Anything that automates anything is kind of classified to a certain extent as AI. So, like being able to pass within that is really important in terms of like figuring out, like how we want to kind of then figure out which skills are going to be relevant. So, I mean, in terms of the limitations, while the big firms are always working to improve this, and we've definitely seen improvements, generative AI systems are still unreliable on facts without rather purposeful prompting and absent sufficient context, right? So AI systems still lack the judgment to discern bias and the critical comprehension needed to organically detect factuality, which to be fair, like this is something people lack as well, right? As we made clear by the kind of like current plague of misinformation, right? So having people use generative AI for factual output without being aware of the need to continue supervising what is produced may produce underwhelming results, which can then dissuade them from using it for more advanced work. At the same time, not being appropriately vigilant because you trust AI too much can also result in significant consequences if you kind of like apply that to sensitive sectors, right? So basic AI familiarity, again, understanding the limits, understanding what's good at, what's not good at, is going to be a really important first hurdle for us to clear. And this is going to be especially challenging in places across the region, which are already on the losing end of the digital divide, because the infrastructure for them to get exposed to AI is not going to be there. And we may potentially see a lot of these gaps get worse if this isn't addressed relatively quickly. So going beyond this, there's a lot the policymakers can do to prepare people to encounter and engage with AI in the workforce. We know that governments are exploring prompt generation as an area of investment to prepare younger generations to access generative AI-powered opportunities, right, as has been mentioned just now. But, to the point of adaptability and to the point, that Dr. Katz made about investing into education, I think the example of Singapore, for example, and it's an interesting observation that a number of our members in the AI community have made, that Singaporean developers are disproportionately well represented for our population in AI development internationally. So a few of our people are active in San Francisco, for example, and they say that when you go there, like every firm you go to, you can hear a Singaporean accent, which is I assume both heartening and grating at the same time sometimes. And so clearly, I think it's that strong fundamentals of education and a persistent investment in intermediate to advanced numeracy and literacy can give people a reasonable leg up in terms of that adaptability, that Dr. Tan has mentioned, later in life, right? But again, in terms of shorter term investments, exposure to AI, whether or not that's creating opportunities or even just doing some basic education about what AI is at all levels, cutting a clear distinction, among learners between, what predictive AI can do and what generative AI can do, is an important factor that I think, that even at that level, it's not currently really being very well addressed across many economies.
Thank you so much, Gareth. I'm looking at the time, and did have a couple of questions, but what I want to do is go across the room. Maybe we'll pick up one more question from the room for our panel members, and then I'll also look at the Slido. We have a gentleman there. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Yahya Khunzada from Pakistan. Pakistan is one of the most affected country by whether it's climate change, explosives, narcotics. All these when were created or when were developed, they were developed for the good. Explosive for signalings, narcotics for painkillers or etc. in war, and definitely fossil fuels for transportation and for the good of the public. But the result, today we are sitting in forums like this that we are how to tackle these issues. AI has a big power. The limits still are not known. Its boundaries cannot be limited. Sky is the limit. With very little knowledge about its impacts, just to think about whether we would be creating Catwomans or then we will be looking for some Batmans, creating them again, sitting here and thinking about, in this parameter, whether can we leave the do's and don'ts and to the countries, to the sectors, to globals, how to check on the misuse and how to check the influences that can be, and especially when we create exemptions that, okay, give some exemption to this, and that we are not fighting for looking at where these nuclear weapons are and destroying the countries, and also avoiding incidents like Nagasaki and how, and final words, let it not be a data bombs. The AI should not convert into data bombs. How would we check that? But having said that, I just wanted to quickly say that because I wanted to complete my question. Thank you very much for ADB for arranging such an informative session. Thank you very much, panelists, whether it's Dr. Kars, Mr. Tan, Ms. Tan. Thank you very much for such informative speeches and talks. Thank you, ADB, as well. Thank you.
Anyone specific that you want that question to be taken?
I think the gentle side didn't catch your name. There have been tech leaders that have asked, where's the AI Hiroshima? I mean, they've actually come out to ask that. But at the same time, if we think about the nuclear analogy that you gave, the science is about distinction between, the science, the applications and the governance. I'm a mother of 3. Every time I have to go to the emergency room with one of my kids, I'm very grateful that X-rays and nuclear, that the application of nuclear in medicine has actually grown over the last 50 years, right? And so the governance around it and the relationship between the public and the private sector to be able to work together, and between the North and South also is incredibly important, because there's one thing to be part of a sort of coalition of like-minded countries, and part to be able and to be able to say, well, actually, is this something that developing countries as well as developed countries, large companies, small companies need to get involved at. So at the Summit of the Future of the UN last year, for example, there was a call by Amandeep Gill, who is the UN, the SecGen's tech envoy, to actually talk about, you know, a small office to think about AI. But I think AI is actually really interesting also because unlike space or nuclear, etc., a lot of the development of the foundational work has been actually in the private sector, right? Whereas if you think about space, even internet, DARPA, was all publicly funded research. A lot of, and so when you think about the compute power, you think about the data sets, and when you think about the talent, where are they? They're largely in the private sector rather than in the public sector, which makes this technology and its genesis a little bit different, and therefore its trajectory to be a little bit different. So from the Tech for Good Institute's point of view, it's super important that there is a voice for small states, there's a voice for developing states, but also that there's this really important interface for conversation between the private and public sector to be able to work together. And as I said before, at the end of the day, states and governments have the ability to work with other states and governments, and to be able to encourage development and deployment. If you look at the African Union, for example, and having come together for a continental-wide strategy of AI development, but with a development focus, I think this is, this field is still new enough that actually the playbook on AI development has not necessarily been completely written.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Any other questions? Any other questions from the parts? Yeah, please go ahead. If you can tell which panel member to answer that question.
Yes, I guess I would direct my question to Dr. Katz and the other panel members if they're willing to. So I hear kind of the beginning discussion was like kind of how it's a global movement, but we should really we should really also focus on localized and how is it relevant to us. My name is Manny, and I'm from a very small country called Palau, an island country. And so I guess kind of my question is, since we're such a small country, we're 20,000 people, our GDP is so small, it's almost insignificant. Is AI really relevant for us? Like, we don't have the infrastructure. We have to rely on other large companies to kind of build that infrastructure, and we just kind of are part of that those global effects, and then that we can bring it on. Plus, we don't have very much disposable income in terms of the government, in terms of the private sector. So, I mean, is this really relevant for us? And this is a question coming from the inclusivity sort of thing, like since we're almost insignificant, and there's many of us island nations that are here and representing that, and so I think that would be kind of a common question for us. I don't know if the discussion or that question would go to Dr. Katz or Dr. Tan or even Garrett. So thank you.
Dr. Katz, do you want to take a?
Yeah, I'll take a tap. It's interesting because it's somewhat your question relates to the prior question about the necessary infrastructure. In addition to running these models, what we actually also did was build other models where we tried to see whether countries that didn't deploy the infrastructure but had the human resources could actually benefit from the infrastructure deployed by a neighboring country, sort of like looking at the spatial effects. And we found actually that the spatial effects are quite relevant. That means to say that if you don't have necessarily the infrastructure that I was talking about, but you have the necessary broadband means in order to access the infrastructure of a neighboring country, you can definitely work on these things. The issue then is to determine the areas of application that make sense to Palau. And given that this is a technology almost of a general purpose, the issue is that you're looking to the areas where you can have an impact. Just a matter of doing the hard work of understanding where you can have an impact given the particular aspects of your social and economic framework. But don't think that you don't have the resources to invest in infrastructure. That is an insurmountable barrier. I think you can still benefit from it. I will leave it as that and pass it on to the other panelists.
Thank you. Maybe Gareth, if you want to add in your thoughts, please.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, I would again point to what I mentioned just now about being about Singapore being disproportionately represented in kind of AI development, and fully acknowledging that Singapore is a unique kind of like case study, which like is not necessarily immediately replicable in Palau, right? But the point that I made just now was really that a sustained investment in education, in things like just basic numeracy and literacy, I think, is going to prepare a population, I think, to have that adaptability that Dr. Tan mentioned just now, to kind of take advantage of those things. Because again, we are possibly moving away from that very kind of like skills oriented kind of thing to a more adaptability oriented kind of approach. And in that situation, a young nation like Palau, has potentially an advantage over, like other nations with growing, with aging populations and who may have the infrastructure, but who frankly may not just have the human resources, as Dr. Katz has mentioned.
Anything you would like to add?
I would just say two quick things. I think that small states have to work together. At the end of the day, we have the Forum of Small States, and we also have the Digital Forum of Small States that met last June in Singapore, just on the eve of the biggest tech conference in Southeast Asia. So I think that small states together as a voice are very important. That's number one. Number two, more generally, is there has been a lot of talk about tech leapfrogging, right? Which is I'm old enough to have worked on a desktop, right? I don't know how many of you have worked on a desktop, but if I go to most country firms, they don't even know what a desktop is. But if you have countries which are able to leapfrog legacy tech, and we know that technical debt, meaning having legacy systems, is a very real thing. Countries which are quote unquote emerging or quote unquote less mature may have an opportunity for leapfrogging on the technical side. So for example, going away from, trying to put in expansive landlines and going straight to mobile technology, for example. There was some, Professor Katz mentioned the lag, in adoption. When we did some research across Southeast Asia, we found that 3/4 of merchants who had taken on digital loans had never, ever been able to access a loan, ever. So a digital loan was their very first loan. Why? It's because they don't have collateral, right? And so if you have a digital, so they've gone from being completely unbanked to taking a digital loan. It's the same in Indonesia, for example. 50% of search is voice search, for example. So there's opportunity for leapfrogging. So it's not always that every country has to follow exactly the same well-trodden path to quote-unquote development. But within that, I must say that there is also, in addition to the technology leapfrogging and the business model leapfrogging, there also needs to be policy leapfrogging. So I mentioned before that in Southeast Asia, get the basics right, get your data protection law right, for example. So Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, we've had data protection laws for like 10 years, over 10 years, and obsolete. So then they have to work really hard to update and amend those laws. Whereas the newer countries, Thailand and Indonesia, for example, which only enacted their laws in the last 2-3 years, immediately had fit-for-purpose regulation. So a very simple example, initially data protection law did not have mandatory data breach notification. So then the countries which had existing laws had to go and get everything through parliament to update, right? And updating it's hard to get a law done, and most people don't want to look at updating laws. But if you're starting from scratch, actually you can have fit for purpose and forward-looking policies as well. So there is perhaps some opportunity for technical business model and policy leapfrogging for quote-unquote countries which are sort of starting a little fresh.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Maybe we have time for one last question. Anyone would like to go for? One more question? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Akhtar Hamid. I am from Pakistan. My question is from KIDS. Earlier you mentioned that countries should have large database and it can be used to improve the performance of generation, distribution, and transmission. In generation, I think it will be useful. You can use for load forecasting and you can use generation efficiently. Sir, I would like to know how we can use it in transmission and distribution system. If you can elaborate, please. Thank you.
Dr. Katz, did you catch that question?
Yeah, well, no, what I meant by that is that if you have the appropriate infrastructure for energy management, both in generation and transmission, that was critical component for the deployment of large data centers. That was what I meant. I didn't mean that the use of AI in the management of the infrastructure, which is also a very interesting application, but I confess that I'm not particularly fluent on that particular area. I'm sorry to say.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to sort of go back to our panel members, maybe just the closing comments. Maybe Gareth, if you want to share a quick closing comment, we go to Dr. Katz and then we close with Dr. Tan here.
Sure, thanks. I just wanted to also say that, one of the areas in which the DPA is quite active is in terms of digital trade. And I think digital trade is going to play a very significant kind of part in how AI development progresses across the world. So we're paying quite close attention to things like regional trade agreements, like the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, which is actually why I can't be with you right now in Singapore. I'm in Jakarta, having a few meetings here. But generally speaking, at forums like the WTO and at other multilateral arenas, basically, this is where to Manny's kind of question just now as well, where small states can also play potentially a disproportionate part in coming together to kind of affect regional trade policy in ways that can be beneficial to your own ability to kind of develop AI capabilities and AI competency. So I do think that the dimension of digital trade and its relationship to AI is an area that also deserves quite a fair bit of explication. But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Gareth. Dr. Katz, your closing remarks.
The only thing that I kept on thinking throughout the panel was the fact that sometimes I'm shocked by, and it's somewhat related to what Gareth was saying, is the limited understanding that policymakers have about the potential of the technology and its implications. And unfortunately, maybe not so much in Singapore, because there's quite a bit of a stability when it comes to the institutional framework. But what I see in country after country is that as soon as there's some policymaker that achieves certain level of fluency on the topic, they get replaced or they move to the private sector. And then we are found we're continuously educating policymakers as to what needs to be done. And that's not good. So there's something that, BCG or ADB and obviously the organizations that do represent can do, and we could agree on, in trying to create some way by which we conduct training programs, but for policymakers, where they are exposed to the kind of topics that we were discussing right now. And they can ensure that they are going to assimilate that. That is going to be very productive for our countries.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Katz. Dr.
I think in the same way that AI or any technology can be a driver of economic growth, we have to understand that, in my view, economic growth is really not the be-all and end-all, right? It's to be able to enable sustainable development and the advancement of national priorities for society. And so at the end of the day, the solutions and the growth has to be fit for purpose, and it has to solve both has to be able to drive the economy, but drive it in a way that's right for the economy. For example, for society, for example, in Singapore, we're an aging population. We don't have enough workers. So a lot of the efficiency solutions are very compelling, right? I don't know if you know a company called Decathlon. They make sports goods, right? I have 3 kids, so we are there all the time. And so you've got these machines where they can do inventory they can do the work of 30 workers working for 12 hours in 5 hours, one machine, right? Which is fantastic in Singapore because nobody likes to do inventory. But if you are in a country with high youth unemployment, is that the right fit for purpose solution for you right now vis-a-vis all the other investments that you make? So I think that, my main thing is, and we talk about this with Southeast Asian governments all the time as well. We need tech for growth, but if I may make the plug, is that we also need tech for good. We also need tech that actually enables the country to be more sustainable environmentally and socially, and to actually be able to close those gaps or those polarizations that Professor Katz talked about, to be able to be more inclusive.
Excellent. That's a great point to close on. Thank you so much for joining. I would like to thank my panel members here, especially Dr. Katz for joining us from New York. It's super late for him, but also Gareth and Dr. Tan here. Thank you so much to all the attendees here. It's been a great discussion. I hope you were able to get some insights and are able to take some insights back to your places. Thank you so much for the ADB team for arranging it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ritesh, Dr. Ming,
stay in
Dr.
touch.
Katz, and Gareth. Signing off. See you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for that spirited discussion as well, and all the questions that you posed, right? I think now you've absorbed quite a bit about an overview of what AI can bring. This theme will continue after lunch, which is all about climate, AI and climate. So I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I shall be brief. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. and I've been asked to also let everyone know to throw the lunch trash in the trash bags provided, right, at the end of lunch. So we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. for AI and climate. Thank you very much. Thank you. So everyone's back on time, punctual, and ready for the next part of the event. Great to see that, right? All with smiles on your faces as well. So I can tell you're doubly excited for the next segment, right? How was lunch, by the way? Great. Was good. Nice, awesome. Yeah, glad that everyone had a taste of Singapore cuisine here. So awesome. So for the next part of today's session, which is going to be all around AI and climate, right? So AI, how would AI impact climate? What's the latest things to note about it? And where is it going to go from there? We have a similar keynote address that starts the session, opening address, followed by keynote and some panels, right? So stay tuned. Remember to keep all your questions at the top of your mind so you can interact with all the panelists as they come up and as the speakers come up as well, right? So to kick us off for today, we have Brigitte Balthazar, Senior Disaster and Climate Risk Financing Specialist from ADB, to talk a little bit around the overview of how AI and climate's going to be looking like, right? So could you please put your hands together for Brigitte? Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So welcome also from my end. Great to see everybody for the second half of today. And yes, as mentioned, I work in ADB in our disaster risk management team, which is part of our climate change and sustainable development department. And yes, the second half of the day is about AI and climate, the most pressing challenge, I guess, for most of our development member countries. And this is the region of the world where we experience the impact most. And last week, the Asia Pacific Climate Report from ADB was launched. And it says that by the end of the century, probably 40% of the regional GDP could be at risk, which is a huge number. So it's time to do something. Yes, you're all at the front line because climate risks are immediate and consequential. And AI at the same time developing really, really fast and reshaping industry also already. And at the same time creating new opportunities. So we heard this morning about the transformational power and potential, and linking it to climate. There is the question now, how can we leverage AI to prepare for, adapt, mitigate climate impacts, and support decision-making? So as we hear the presentations and move along, maybe briefly 4 questions based on this morning that we drag onto this really focused session. First, the question was raised, how can we balance innovation and accessibility? The potential is vast, but its reach can be limited by infrastructure, capacity, especially in developing countries. And how can we bridge that divide? The second question is, who decides priorities? AI solutions, they can possibly assess risk, but who takes the optimal decision to act? Whose voices shape technology's priorities? So keep that in mind. Third question would be, how can AI help us to act on data? Because data is providing us with knowledge, but an insight alone doesn't change an outcome. And the last question that I wanted to address here was, what safeguards are needed to build trust? So I heard a couple of times already, oh, it's a black box. So how do we ensure that there's trust in the tools that we use? And that then the solutions are trustworthy and transparent. So very challenging questions, and I really look forward to the next discussions and how to strategically use AI in this context for a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive future. And so I invite the keynote and pass on to Paul to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brigitte, for those 4 questions, right? To kick us off on our quest, you could say, on finding out more about AI and climate. So for the keynote session that we have today, we have Dr. Agnes Tai, who will be speaking to us. She is a governing board member of the Climate Governance Initiative in Hong Kong, right? So Agnes will be giving us a keynote address on, what are some of the key considerations we should be looking out for climate change with AI. So Agnes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Agnes. You can take it away from here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Paul. Good afternoon, Bridget, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful to ADB for this opportunity to share about a subject which is very close to my heart and so crucial for sustainable development in economies, businesses, and communities around the world, especially in Asia. It was my plan to be with you in person, and I apologize for any last-minute changes, but very thankful that ADB allows me to meet you virtually. So the Climate Governance Initiative mobilizes over 100,000 global corporate directors in taking climate action, grounded upon the 8 climate governance principles that were established by the World Economic Forum in 2019. So Climate Governance Initiative is a global initiative. The 8 principles that we promote
Are you able to hear us, Agnes, Dr. Agnes?
I'm sorry, I'm hearing some recording.
Is it cleared up now? Or you still hear it?
I'm hearing some recording. I'm so sorry. That was the previous part.
Oh, yeah. If you can continue. If you can continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will now continue.
Yeah. Thank you.
So these eight principles that the Climate Governance Initiative promote are very similar to principles that will apply to responsible AI, which emphasizes quite a bit on equality and inclusion. So principle 1 is climate accountability on boards. Principle 2 would be command of the subject. And then we have board structure, material assessment, a strategic integration, incentivization, reporting, disclosures, as well as exchange, which is what we are doing right here today. So Climate Governance Initiative has just recently welcomed our 33rd chapter, the UAE, a few days ago. Malaysia, Hong Kong, and Singapore, along with Australia and New Zealand, are our active APEC chapters. Generally, our names are Climate Governance Initiative or Chapter 0. Notwithstanding that these names, climate is actually integrated with nature and people. So back to a bit myself, I have 2 pro bono roles at Climate Governance Initiative, one at the global level and one at the Hong Kong level, while serving my single family offices and building sustainability capacity from boards worldwide to universities locally, using the 44 years of my primarily financial experience with focus on sustainability since 2010. So this slide you are too familiar with. I don't have to repeat everything. We just know that July was our hottest month. The world has warmed. Ice melt. The 2 poles are warming at 3 times faster than the equator. extreme weather events. You all know how in Spain recently the floods has taken more than 200 lives. So Typhoon Yagi affected 3.6 million people. And in June, over 1,300 persons succumbed to extreme heat in Mecca. I hope you're looking at my screen right now. Let me just go back to the first two just for you to see what they were. But unfortunately, I am actually hearing a recording, so I'm not hearing my own voice or anything like that. So anyways, this is the slide that I'm sharing. The impacts of climate change, you all know about health risks. World Economic Forum estimates that the global cost of climate change damage is estimated to be between US dollars 1.7 trillion and 3.1 trillion per year by 2050. So there were ecosystem disruption, water scarcity, about 4 billion people will be not accessing water every month. 200 million people could be displaced by 2050 due to sea level rise and extreme weather events. So all these you already know very, very well. Then the thing is, for board directors to be effective, adopting the 8 climate governance principles and make informed decisions, decision-worthy information at speed is really something we actually do need. I'm sorry, I have to take a look at. All right, so excuse me for the distraction because I am hearing Bridget's voice rather than my own. All right, so AI actually helps us to enhance governance and make better risk management decisions, as ADB's Vice President Bruce was alluding to just now. AI fosters innovation across the region to address climate risks and share opportunities and reshape the future of sustainable development. ADB IT team, could I ask you to switch off the recording because I'm hearing Paul right now instead of myself. Let me go on. Responsible use of AI by companies actually really enhances the 8 principles that we at Climate Governance Initiative promote. Firstly, accountability, which is the first of the 8 principles. To ensure that organizations meet their climate commitments. For instance, OLAM, which operates in 60 countries, uses satellite imagery to monitor forest land cover and carbon stock changes in around the cacao plants. In terms of transparency, AI-driven platforms So let's see if this helps me in not being distracted, but speaking to you. All right, AI-driven platforms can visualize data trends, emissions reports, and also climate impacts in real time. I won't be surprised that the sustainable stock exchanges around Asia uses AI to assess disclosure gaps and monitor progress in sustainability reporting. Now, collaboration, which is SDG 17, AI can help the shareholders engagement platforms to share data, to communicate, and share feedback. AI definitely can help us simulate various scenarios, climate scenarios, not just at the company level, but also the company's value chain. That is the entire ecosystem. Inclusivity and incentivization, of course, we understand that we want to hear the diverse voices of the community so that governance structure and processes can be enhanced, and we can also enhance trust and cooperation of all the stakeholders. AI can identify vulnerable populations so that governments and authorities can channel the proper resources to them. And in Hong Kong, I'm sure in Asia, other parts of Asia as well, corporate climate forerunners that tie incentives to sustainability KPIs can use AI to monitor targets achieved and gaps that need to be addressed. So innovation. AI can accelerate research in climate scenarios and technologies, as I mentioned, and then optimize the smart solutions that are being deployed. So resilience is one area, risk assessments and management. For instance, IBM Watson has a weather platform that helps farmers with weather patterns, alert them, as well as then the farmers can save on water and fertilizer use as a result. Boards are stewards of 6 kinds of capital, where natural capital is finite and must be carefully considered in a business operation. Production of goods and services so that future generations will have sufficient for their growth as well. So Climate Governance Initiative, we partner with various organizations that produce knowledge to equip them with know-how on climate matters, as well as empower them to address the current priorities. Some areas of focus are definitely regulatory conformance, organizational performance, and sustainability and future-proofing the businesses. The boards really need to develop robust transition plans, which in a while, I hope that I will have a little bit more time to elaborate on, to adapt to low carbon economy and ensuring sustainable growth and resilience at the company level as well as the community level, so that when the real economy is truly going towards net zero, then there will be a better chance of resilience and sustainable growth. As the previous speakers have shown, all stakeholders can benefit from the use of AI. Since many use cases and data are already spoken about, the grab maps example given by Dr. Tang was especially inspiring in terms of co-creation of better services for local communities. And in a while, you'll be watching analytics demo. So I'll be going to the next few slides, only at very, very high levels. And I want to spend a little bit more time in speaking about climate governance initiatives, mobilization of corporate directors around the world. So AI, definitely we use it for research and development, design optimization, and predicting, for example, predicting battery performance and the lifespan. Supply chain management, sourcing materials such as lithium for batteries, whether they are sourced ethically and with minimum carbon footprint. Logistics optimization, reducing fuel consumption as well as emissions during transit. There was a comment that manufacturing has the most externalities, but then it's possibly a little bit behind in using AI. However, there are parts of manufacturing that use energy management, use AI for energy management, and also for predictive maintenance that saves a lot of downtime and a lot of resources instead of going to waste. Product development, simulation and testing of products and life cycle analysis, sales and marketing. All the ads nowadays are by big companies, I was told, that are partly, if not all, generated by AI. Consumer insights, knowing how your customers prefer, what they prefer at what time, will be really great insights for marketing strategies. And then after sales services. For example, vehicle performance monitoring, for example, end-of-life management, so that you can recycle and dispose of vehicle components, particularly EV batteries, right? So in Singapore, you already have a government initiative to have a particular space allocated to recycling EV batteries. And that is a great example for us, even in Hong Kong, to follow. So there are many, many great examples which various speakers and the panelists before me and coming forth in the demo, and of course the panel will be addressing. So I'm not going to be talking too much about those, but knowing that applying AI throughout the entire value chain can really help us with minimizing carbon footprint and achieving our climate goals and improving efficiency and innovation. So here is a question. How does AI play a role in corporate leaders effectively navigating the challenges of decarbonization? So different sectors have different stages of their maturity, as well as different challenges in decarbonization. Some sectors are really hard to abate carbon. So there are ways. Definitely, the lowest hanging fruits would be energy efficiency optimization, smart grids, building management, operations of buildings, like we are all sitting in an aircon room right now. Can we minimize the heating, the cooling, and the lighting so that we minimize energy consumption? Predictive maintenance, I talked about, carbon capture and storage, renewable energy integration, transportation and logistics, and agriculture. Just by tilting the land, farming is releasing carbon dioxide into the air. So how do we actually use AI tools? I mentioned IBM Watson, but how do we use AI tools to further analyze our soil health, which was like 1.5 meters deep during the industrial revolution, industrialization of our planet back before the 1900s, and now our soil is mostly only about less than 0.5 meter deep. How do we maintain our soil and keep crop health, enable precision farming practices, and so on? How do we monitor our carbon footprints in the entire supply chain? How do we use AI to model climate? Now, just 3 years ago, I haven't seen enough of climate physical risk tools, and now there are plenty available in the market, covering many different countries and companies around the world in analyzing the physical impact out to 2050 and beyond. How do we encourage consumers to practice sustainable consumption, save energy, reduce waste, and all that? All these, because AI can process vast amount of data at speed and can generate actionable insights, it makes it a very powerful tool in the transition to a low carbon economy. Just a very high level look at a coastal community example where they face threats from sea level rise, flooding, and extreme weather events. So implementing an AI assessment tool can actually give much better assessed risk and opportunities data, the analytics, to help not only the government, but the companies that have coastal properties to identify the vulnerabilities, to assess the risks, and therefore they can put in adaptation strategies in a very effective way. I don't want to have to go through the entire slide, but other than identity and identifying things and assessing things and quantifying data, we can actually use predictive modeling, use IoT to monitor, simulate the effective strategies, as well as visualize the impact. A picture paints 1,000 words, isn't it? Instead of reading a whole long narrative, we can see it from infographics and from charts and tables, that how the impact is going to be not on a linear basis, but on an escalating basis, and how we're going to be assessing the frequency and the severity of the impact. So real-time monitoring as well as long-term urban designs. Singapore government as well as several other governments have been using AI to use digital twin cities before they design a certain part of the city or they implement certain urban design initiatives. So this is really helping to save costs and be able to see the potential gaps and calibrate the effectiveness and the cost of that sort of initiatives. We have a QR code for you. Please use the QR code to assess other cases that Climate Governance Initiative have published. We understand, as Dr. Mary Rosich said, not everybody wants a hamburger. So we have to know what the local community needs. And also CGI has in January, looking at the local community here in Hong Kong, published a case in China Light and Power, a climate committed utility in Asia, and now is working towards publishing another case about a insurance company in Asia. What we're discussing today, AI and climate, are fast changing at every front and at all levels. We need to understand the intricacies of change management, where succinct and convincing communication is key, because AI is evolving and changing at lightning speed, and climate as well, as we know that all the regulatory tsunamis are coming at us, as well as all the opportunities and all the new technologies that can help us mitigate and adapt better. So coming back to, at the beginning, I spoke a little bit about a transition plan. So Climate Governance Initiative is helping our board directors around the world in establishing robust climate transition plans. A robust plan must be actionable, having comprehensive short and medium and long-term targets supported by science, evidence-based, that have assessed all the risks and opportunities of all the material impact to the business. Not simply looking at the industry, at the company itself, but also gauging the physical risks impact on their key suppliers. The plan have to have an integrated strategy and implementation roadmap that considers the value chain and resource allocations required with time-bound action and ownership of outcomes. So KPIs that are clearly identified, effective, and so on are better for us, particularly from an investor's viewpoint. It needs to engage stakeholders, have an engagement plan. What communities is your company's plan impacting? Have you communicated with them? Have you put their voice into your considerations? And most of all, sound governance and leadership accountability. So high levels of transparency actually adds to the trust of stakeholders. Board directors, as we always share, must be forward-looking, open-minded, and continuously upskill in AI, in climate, in nature, in everything that is material and important to the business, whether it's economically or reputation-wise. Where AI can gauge the productivity and can help innovation, and to therefore must be able to translate to a better profit and better margins to give it a business case. And therefore, companies that want to have sustainable competitive advantage, really, we encourage them to adopt AI responsibly and to combine that with all your climate analysis, climate opportunities, as well as forming a very robust and credible climate transition plan. However, when we are looking at AI and constructing our plan, as Dr. Tan mentioned a few times, is it fit for our purpose? So we as board directors, we ask a lot of questions. We ask our management and our experts to come back with the answers and with the suggestions and input. But we have to discern and ask further questions. Are these solutions right for our company? And I would say start sooner than later with AI adoption in your climate plans, because businesses need to pivot and need to pilot highlight a little bit more on AI. Early failure and small failures are better than being a laggard and being failing big in the longer run. So in summary, AI is powerful, AI is timely, and AI is effective in enhancing climate solutions. The world must unite and work collaboratively for a sustainable future. What I'll say now is we should act now, we must, and together, and we can do it. So I invite you as board directors to join one of our chapters. Thank you very much. And like you, I'm looking forward to the AI plus climate panel at 3:30.
Thank you very
That's
much,
put together
Agnes.
by our 3 chapters. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions from the floor before I go to the questions on my Slido? Anything for, yeah. Could we have them? I'll probably take the first one and question and probably a suggestion as well. Whilst we talk about climate action and disaster resilience, unfortunately, there is little support that goes to the private sector. I think we cannot deny the fact that private sector is a key driver to an economic activity happening in any of the island nations or any nation for that matter. But there's little to no support that comes directly to the private sector for climate action or disaster resilience. Do we have a role to play? If so, what are the motivation or incentives that's there for the private sector?
Paul, I must say that I'm unable to correctly hear your question because I'm still hearing my own voice being replayed and recorded and replayed. So is there any way that your IT people can switch off that?
If we could turn off the recording, if there's any recording.
I'm not sure how to turn off the recorder. Let me try, okay? Let me try that. Okay, can you please come through with the question again?
So, sorry to get you to repeat. Sorry. So just a thought. Whilst we talk about climate action and disaster resilience, there's little incentives there for private sector to join into that bandwagon and be part of that journey. What incentives, if any, are there for private sector to be able to benefit from climate action and or disaster resilience initiatives?
That is an excellent question. And if I may just draw on the research that I have done during my PhD recently, with all the literature that I read and all the research that I have conducted, both using regression analysis and in interviewing asset owners and asset managers around the world that collectively manage 19 trillion US dollars, what we found is that the companies that have a better climate action and better disclosures are really preferred by investors and financiers. So the benefits would be to have better access to capital and lower cost of capital. Although the green bonds nowadays have only offered us something around a 3 to 7 pips of advantage in terms of lower interest rates. That's a very good incentive when we have a very huge loan or a very big bond that's being issued. So that and also a better return on assets, better able to attract talents and also have good loyal customers as well as your long-term partnerships with supply chain that go along with the same principles and going with you on your climate action as a private enterprise. But last but not least, we can influence policymakers in adopting the correct kind, the proper kind, fit for purpose kind of climate policy so that the whole community can actually benefit. So there are so many intertwined benefits that companies, the private sector can see, although different levels of climate action and different maturities of the companies will actually make a slightly different impact as to how that positive benefit will manifest. But just in a nutshell, your investors will like it and the regulators will be happier about it.
Sorry, thank you for those thoughts and the research that you have done. I come from the Pacific Island, and unfortunately, with the requirements that's there currently with a lot of the climate funding, most of the small to even the larger organizations do not have the capacity to be able to access this fund because of the requirements. I'd like to suggest to the donor agencies and development partners, whilst Asia and Pacific are grouped together, unfortunately, I think there's lots of differences, especially in terms of scale between the Pacific
Yes.
and Asia as a whole. If there's anything specific for the Pacific Island private sector partners, I think there'll be a better chance for the uptake. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing that out. So every time I have a board training session with the developing areas of this world, I often get a protest from the board directors, from business leaders that we didn't cause all that emissions and now we don't have the funding to help us do the adaptation and mitigation. However, there are some light at the end of the tunnel because the EU Green Climate Fund actually has a chunk that is carved out for developing economies. And also, we are now beginning to see that not only companies, but high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals, they have foundations that are carving out a part of the philanthropy dollars, not going to donations, but now going to impact investing and going to help particularly the social aspects of the lesser developed economies. I'm seeing orange bonds, I'm seeing social bonds, blue bonds, all of these trying to and the blended finance, trying to help the Pacific regions, the island states, and the developed communities that have less access to funding. So things are evolving, and I'm seeing some light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much for the response, Dr. Agnes. Any more questions? One more from anyone? Right, so Dr. Agnes, we had one more question from the floor where sticking to the theme about lessons learned was, are there any case studies of multi-cross-sectorial interventions that developing countries, especially island nations, can learn from?
Wow, that is something that the ADB is best positioned to address, because the Asian Development Bank has promised and pledged $100 billion to help these island states and Asian countries and lesser developed economies to adapt and to mitigate. So with the leadership of Asian Development Bank and with the leadership of the World Bank IFC, I am seeing quite a number of blended finance initiatives already been done. So I was reading a report published, I believe it was by, I can't remember whether it was by World Bank, but definitely on the website of Standard Chartered Bank, that this initiative has been going on for some time. Not all of them are showing the outcomes or the benefits yet because it is still very early stage, but I'm seeing that the public-private partnerships, there are of those cases, and if you like, I can go back and look at my research and look at what I have captured and sent over to you, all the 1 or 2 slides that I have done for teaching universities, which at the moment I'm telling them about those initiatives. So can I come back to you on that one?
Sure. Thank you very much for that response as well, Dr. Agnes, and we look forward to that. So can everyone please give a round of applause to Dr. Agnes, dialing all the way from Hong Kong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agnes, for your time. Thanks. So moving right along, right, we've talked a lot about, some of the governance aspects, AI, and what it can achieve, right? So now we're going to be talking a little bit around digital twins. So I'm sure everyone knows what a twin is, but have you heard of digital twins, as well as what AI can do for your digital twin? So all this and more will be elucidated by Dr. Heiko. Dr. Heiko is the founder and head of Digital Twin Lab at the Singapore ETH Center, and his presentation is entitled AI for Tomorrow's On-Demand Digital Twins. So Dr. Heiko, please. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Yep, so my talk is, yes, AI for tomorrow's on-demand digital twins. And let me just start at the very beginning. Digital Twin Lab is about 1.5 years old, and it was essentially a spin-off of a project that we did at the Singapore ETH Center, the Cooling Singapore project. The Cooling Singapore project has been around since 2017, and we have been working with the Singapore government agencies, various agencies, on the topic of urban heat challenges. They're basically interested in addressing the urban heat challenge, which is primarily caused by the urban heat island. So it's a very localized effect. We're not talking about regional or global climate, but really the local climate in Singapore. And part of the project was initially mapping the urban heat island and creating a catalog how these urban heat challenges this urban heat issue can be mitigated. At some point, we then got to the point where they had these questions, okay, one master plan versus another, if we do one change or another change, how is this going to impact the urban climate? And then there's the question, okay, how do we answer that? In the past, what we have been doing is basically sitting down, researchers build their models, we run the models for them, and then produce reports, report back to them. And that's basically how we've been doing things in the past. But then we thought, well, is there a better way to do this? Because if everyone has to do, if every time they have a question, we have to, build models from scratch, come up with a new scenario, run this, create a report, it's all going to take a lot of time. And that was basically the idea of what we call a digital urban climate twin was born. And the idea was to give the agencies a tool that would allow them to basically come up with their own what-if scenarios, enter this via a graphical user interface, and then basically run the simulations themselves. So that's basically how it started with Cooling Singapore and the question, how can we help planners to better understand the potential consequences of their planning, consequences on the urban climate in this case. And as I said, the answer to us was to build a digital urban climate twin. And before I show you the video, just because this question actually came up before the session, what is a digital twin? And there was sort of like, I make a distinction between what I call a visual digital twin, which is in a way something that looks like the real thing, right? And a simulation digital twin, which is sometimes what I refer to as it behaves like the real thing. There's basically two things to it, right? We want the digital twin to look like the real thing, but we also want it to behave like the real thing. Because if it behaves like the real thing, we can do experiments with it. And this is really what we've done with the digital urban climate twin. And I'm going to show you this video now. It gives you a bit of an idea of what we have been doing in Cooling Singapore. So the idea is that what you see is the Explorer application. It runs in a web browser. You don't run the models on your workstation. It's okay, there's no audio, that's fine. Yeah, there's music in the background, but I think that doesn't matter so much. So the idea is that you have this web browser application, you can enter some scenarios, you can play around with different parameters that matter. And then we typically distinguish between a mesoscale analysis that covers the whole island or microscale, which is more on the neighborhood scale. So you can play around with different scenarios and then basically hit the analysis button and wait for the results to be in. So this is a neighborhood example. We typically consider urban geometries, buildings, trees, and this is then sort of one of the examples that would come out of the urban climate simulations. You can do a comparison as well. I think that may have already been shown. So the idea is that the planners would be able to say, okay, scenario A versus scenario B, what is the difference? We're not trying to tell the planners what to do, right? Because they know this much better. And anyway, this tool is only helping you with the urban climate. Planners have a lot more things in their mind, and they need to keep a lot of things in mind, and in fact, not just optimize for the climate. But yeah, the idea was to basically hide the complexity of all this modeling and simulation and make it more accessible, in this case, with a browser-based application. And yeah, I mentioned this before, so that's what we did with in the Cooling Singapore project. We have also used the Explorer application in a different context. In this case, it wasn't about climate, it was about infrastructure resilience, That was done with the Future Resilient Systems program, also at the Singapore ETH Center. And here in this case, they weren't so much looking into urban climate. They were looking into, for instance, in this case, there was an example of in Shelby County, what happens if there's an earthquake? How is this going to affect the urban infrastructure, power networks, water networks, and traffic networks? Again, it's a similar idea. We have a model about this, and then we can play around with different what-if scenarios. So just very briefly, sort of the mission behind the DT Lab, the Digital Twin Lab. It came out of Cooling Singapore because we realized that the tools that we have developed and the technology that we've developed, we can apply this in other use cases as well, not just urban climate. And in a way, sometimes I describe it, what we do as in we're bridging the gap from science to policy. Or at least we attempt to do this. And the way how we do this is on the bottom, you see the models, the science part. So we have a lot of researchers, they build models. The problem is these models are very technical. Some of them, they may have to run on a supercomputer. It's very difficult and technical to use. You can't expect a planner or an end user to use that. So on the top, you have the policy with the master plans, but how do we bridge this gap? The first step is really that we build this infrastructure and we have the software that we call simulation as a service middleware, which is basically putting wrappers around these models. The reason why this is necessary is we have open source models, we have in-house models, there's commercial software that is doing modeling and simulation. There's a whole variety of it. The problem is if we want to operationalize these models, we need to somehow, we cannot cater to every different single model. So basically what we do is the idea is we build standardized boxes, wrappers around these models in order to operationalize the models and then treat them as just black boxes. Black boxes, we can run them on a cloud, we can run them on a supercomputer, it doesn't matter. The point is we put something in and something comes out. Once we have that, we can build these applications. And in the video, you saw the Explorer application. The Explorer application is graphical and it basically leverages all these different models that we have built for Cooling Singapore. So these are basically two things that we focus on. The simulation as a service stuff, as well as Explorer and another application platform that we call Stories. What we don't do is we don't do derivative analysis. That's up to the end users. It could be researchers, it could be planners. So we really focus on the technology part and the application part. And that's basically then how we start the Digital Twin Lab, because we said, well, the same approach we can use for Cooling Singapore, but we can do this for other projects as well. Now, that was a bit of the introduction. Now I want to say a bit more about the from science to policy part, how we do it today. And I've already mentioned about simulation models, and the whole presentation, by the way, is on using the example of Cooling Singapore, but you can easily translate this into another use case. What you see on the right-hand side is actually a sort of a schematic diagram of this digital urban climate twin, or rather the models that we have under the hood, so to speak. I won't go into the details, but I just want to point out there is no such thing as a mother of all models. So we have to have different kinds of models, different specialized models that have to somehow work together with each other. And that is because the models themselves are highly specialized and they use different technologies as well. The urban climate models, they are typically some kind of fluid dynamics models, whereas the traffic models, for instance, could be agent-based. Very different stories. You can't just like combine this into a single model. Generally speaking, we have urban climate models on two scales. I mentioned this before, mesoscale and microscale, whole island or neighborhood scale. And they're basically taking input from other types of models. We have here the anthropogenic heat emission models. So we have anthropogenic heat that comes out of the buildings, industry, traffic, as well as power plants. So we have models for each of these. Some are very simple, some are more complex, but all of them produce anthropogenic heat profiles that can be fed into the urban climate models. Now, the important part here to understand is also that depending on what question you're interested in, you're not running the whole thing. You're not running the whole federation. You're actually only using a subset of it. And this is something that we have built in a way, in a predefined way. We've built it because we know that in order to answer this question, what is the impact of energy-intensive industry on the urban climate? Well, we need the power plants, we need the industries. They give us some anthropogenic heat models, some anthropogenic heat data, and that goes under the mesoscale urban climate model because we're interested in the whole island. So we knew this, that's why we have built it that way. So in a way that is predefined, And then that helps us to basically run these what-if scenarios. So this is just an example of how the input may look like. Again, the user can play around with the different parameters. These are the locations of the power plants. They do have some heat emissions. That is perhaps one scenario, just interested in the power plants. The next scenario then is like, well, let's say we put a lot of energy-intensive industries. Jurong Island sticks out in Singapore because there's a lot of petrochemical industry there. That's also very energy-intensive. So there's a number of heat emissions. And the question was actually, are these heat emissions there actually affecting the mainland of Singapore? That was one of the practical questions that we had. So we built this, and again, we can pipe this through our federation of models, and then unfortunately the colors don't come out very well, but this part here is actually Jurong Island. So in the second scenario, where we do consider these energy intensive industries, you can actually see there's some localized impact, at least on the urban climate. Urban climate, I mean primarily air temperature, because that's what we're mostly interested in here in this case. So this was just one example, right? So we had different examples or different kinds of questions that planners were interested in. Another type of question that people were interested in, the difference between having smaller pocket parks around the island or a few bigger parks. What is the implications? What is better? What is, should we focus on larger parks, but fewer of them, or more neighborhood scale pocket parks? What is the implication of that? What is the implication if we have photovoltaics or district cooling, for instance? How would that affect things? So there were all these kind of questions that we got from the agencies that they were interested in. And as I said, depending on the question, we use a different subset of these models. And what I want to point out, the way how we do this today is we have basically built it in such a way that the experts knew that, okay, if you want to answer this kind of question, this is the subset of the models that we need. This is how we have to put them together. And there's, of course, time involved. So, and this is sort of the transition to how we're planning to do things tomorrow. And this is also where AI comes in. Because in the future, at least for us at the Digital Twin Lab, the vision is that we will be able to use AI to automate or to simplify quite a number of stages in this overall process. The first one is, the idea is that we will be able to engage in a dialogue, or basically we have AI that will engage in a dialogue with the user to better understand what are they interested in. Right? Okay, you will be able to ask questions, what is the impact of energy intensive industries on the urban climate? So relatively simply sounding question, but then you have to further specify, well, is there any particular kind of industry that you're interested in, or any particular kind of region that you're interested in? So basically, the idea here at that stage is really getting to the requirements. What exactly has to be simulated, right? So it's really in a dialogue. At the moment, we have been doing this, right, in multiple conversations with the users. In the future, this will be done by AI to better understand what is actually required. The second part is, and this is I guess the technical part, I've highlighted several times that we had predefined workflows, predefined subsets of models that we've used to answer a particular question. So this is the part that we want to automate, in the sense that in the future, we will have a model repository. It won't be limited to the few models that I've shown you. There will be more models coming in. The question is then, which combination of models do you need to use? And then the idea is that based on the requirements analysis that we did in a dialogue with the user, we would be able to identify, okay, we need these 3 models and we need to put those together in order to form a on-demand model federation. So it's not a predefined model federation, but one that is put together on demand. It's assembled on demand. And again, here, the idea would be that AI would be able to do this as a result of analyzing the questions. The next step would then be, once we have this federation, you still need to design experiments. So this is all simulation driven. And when we talk about simulations, we're talking about simulation experiments, and then you need to design this experiment. Well, it may be a single experiment that would get you to your answer, or if you want to do a hypothesis, if you have an hypothesis, you may want to reject or confirm it. So you need to set up this experiment in such a way that it actually leads to the answer. And again, this is a part where we hope that AI would come in. Once the on-demand federation is there, we still need to feed it with data on parameters. And again, that would what these parameters are and what this data is would have to come out of the requirements analysis that we did earlier. So the idea here is that we then come up with different scenarios and then run them. We are already able to run scenarios today. It's just a parameterization of it that will be hopefully done by AI in the future. And then lastly, now you have run all your scenarios. You need to generate this. You need to generate some insights from this, right? Let's say we had to simulate 10 scenarios. You don't want to just dump the results of those 10 scenarios on your users. That's not very helpful. So the idea here would be that, again, we could use AI to summarize this or basically synthesize a report. There's still perhaps insightful information or actionable information that the user can then directly apply. And I want to close my presentation by just saying that what I've shown today is how we do things today with our digital urban climate twin and the technology that we have built. And there's a lot of time that went into developing this and perhaps even more time into understanding what the users want to do. So the optimization here, or in the future, we think that AI will help us to significantly reduce the time that it takes from question to answer. Simply because a lot of the steps that are currently done manually will hopefully be able, we will hopefully be able to do in an automated process. So the idea here is that if you have an AI-enabled on-demand digital twin, that gives us a lot more, that's a lot more powerful than a predefined digital twin that we have today. Again, the idea here is that it would significantly reduce the turnaround time. We haven't actually built this yet, just as a disclaimer, right? So I'm telling you what we've done today and what we're planning to do tomorrow. It's probably not going to work as straightforward as I've explained it. The devil's always in the details. But this is basically an outlook of how we think we will continue our work with digital twins using artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heiko. Any questions from the floor on digital twins? Maybe how would you start a digital twin? How would you apply it within your country, use case? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? Anyone? So maybe around the digital twin, like in terms of starting a digital twin, the start of, trying to build one yourself, is there any basic ideas or basic foundational concepts that we can learn from in terms of constructing your own digital twin within a country?
So we already have models. They are tailored to Singapore in the sense that there's a modeling software, but then you have to parameterize this software with data of the area that you're interested in. So for instance, the climate models that we use, the software behind it, it's generic, right? And we haven't built them from scratch. We've basically used existing, in this case, open source modeling software actually. But you have to parameterize it so that it reflects the area of interest. So we basically had to come up with the data sets that we need in order to build a digital twin for Singapore. In our case, we have actually been using mostly open source data. There is, for instance, satellite data that might be available, OpenStreetMap data even. In fact, for us, the point wasn't so much to have the most accurate or the best digital twin. It was more to show that the approach works. And then the idea is that we will transfer some parts of bits and pieces of this digital urban climate twin to the agencies. And within their environment, they would be able to then import and upload their own data and use the better data sets. But we basically had to show that it works in the first place. Yep. So you always need data basically as a starting point. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Heiko. And please give Dr. Heiko a round of applause for
Thank
this.
you.
He will be available, sticking on for questions. So yeah. Maybe before we go on to the next speaker, before our break, can I just get everyone to stand up, rise and stretch, right? And please shake the hands of the person next to you and tell them how good they look like today, right?
You too, brother.
Please introduce yourself as well. Do some hand twists, maybe. hip twists, jumping as well. Maybe stretch your hands out, stretch your hands out. All energized. We have next session before our tea break. So please get seated again. Thank you all for that, right? I hope your blood is pumping and ready for the next segment. We have Bridget again, who's already well placed.
You know me all now.
To talk about climate and disaster analytics, driving innovation with Gen AI. So right after this, there will be a tea break. So stay tuned for this session. Thank you. Bridget, over to you.
Oh, it's the best place to be now. Everybody's longing for coffee and tea. So I speed up, but I don't speak too fast. So, and as soon as there are questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. So I think I'm driving this. Nope. Can we go one back? So yes, I will be talking about ADB's initiative. So we're all aware that climate change is an issue, and now we're really in an era where the intensity, the frequency, and the impact of events, extreme events, is unprecedented. And just looking back a couple of months, the events that we saw around Asia and the Pacific, they are already named as climate surprises because they have been out of the modeled expectations. So we are already there. So there is a need for innovative responses. As the Climate Bank for Asia and the Pacific and the ambition of 100 billion until 2030 was mentioned, there is a need to really effectively place the investment in climate adaptation and mitigation. In order to do so, risk analytics forms the basis to understand where to invest, how to invest, what to do. So I will touch upon this in my presentation, starting from identified needs and gaps, then talking about opportunities using AI, and then the ADB initiative. And I will also touch upon limitations and challenges before closing on some use cases. So data. Heiko mentioned data here, left and right, up and down. Of course, there are limits in available data, the accuracy, accessibility, on climate patterns, on hazards, but also socioeconomic information, census data, all of it. Then we have technical capacity that is needed, but there are constraints in the expertise and technology. And thirdly, also then how to address risk is fragmented between ministries, line agencies. So there is sometimes a disconnect, there are duplications. Ultimately, that leads to the last point of resources. Resources needed, climate finance investment, but also resources to do this risk assessments, to build tools, use data, and monitoring. And then how can AI come in here to really support getting to the point where we have the data? So how can we use AI to read, for example, satellite imagery? In the Philippines, the Philippine Space Agency and the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, the DENR. They, for example, launched a monitoring mapping tool that uses satellite data and monitor. In this case, they tried it on mangrove mapping. And normally the updates, it took at least a year or a year and a half to produce these updates. And using AI, they reduced the speed to 2 days. So this is just an effect that how we can leverage technology to generate new data. And then AI using text-based AI, how can we translate technical information to non-technical audiences? How can AI help make the transition, bridge the language that we use? And by combining then data and risk information, AI can have this platform approach and transform the exchange between data and policy making. And finally, I mentioned also the speed already. If you use AI, we can potentially have cost savings, while of course we need investments in the first place. And one point I wanted to stress here as well is like we can create the evidence base to actually then access climate finance. So there are multiple benefits. So where does ADB come in here? So last year we launched the Climate Change Action Plan, which describes how the bank will deliver on its climate finance commitments and ambition, and really to leverage partnership for new climate financing models with member countries. As well, we launched the Digital Action Plan, which provides a vision and roadmap for ADB's digital transformation. And it also includes the plan to prioritize the use of secure modern information and technology systems. And just last month, we launched the Disaster Risk Management Action Plan, so threefold, which is based on ADB's disaster and emergency assistance policy and has actually 4 key areas. So it's the improvement of understanding of risk or risk-informed decision-making to reduce risk across all sectors, and then addressing residual risk through disaster preparedness and disaster risk financing, and support timely relief, early recovery, and resilient reconstruction. So providing financing when it's needed, where it's needed. So all these plans really lead towards addressing ADB's mission and vision, and using data to assess risk, to advance the analytics, and more importantly then is to share that knowledge and learning with development partners, and then inform country strategies, so inform development strategies and investment decisions. And the last point is really the communication between stakeholders here. And this is where this new initiative is coming into play. The Climate and Disaster Intelligence Hub, which is an initiative between ITD and the Climate Change Sustainable Development Department to really address all of those needs as an institution-wide resource center, a center of excellence that combines all of this. And the key objectives is really to enhance the pipeline, so the ADB investments and support to DMCs, to strengthen the evidence base, to access additional finance, to enhance the efficiency through the centralization of knowledge, best practices and standards, and then the fourth one is the stronger network and relationships in the ADB ecosystem, and to foster collaboration to support future investments. So, and all of this is really underpinned by the key principles on how to leverage AI technology and then delivering public good. So within this hub, where could we see AI supporting? And as mentioned before, data is key, so there will be a data layer. So how do we generate data? How do we access data that is available and can distribute data? How can we enable data to speak to each other? If it's climate data and economic data, how can we bridge gaps? And then how to use the data in decision making to really make data, like the information accessible, so that so that the questions that you have can be answered, so that it's a knowledge platform, and to also then provide cost benefit analysis, for example, for climate investments. To we had the discussion before where private sector needs probably more incentives to invest in adaptation, and these analyses could provide the evidence base that investing in adaptation has a long-term impact of reducing potential losses, etc. And yeah, we mentioned as well the use of catastrophe models or disaster risk models used in the insurance sector, and also adaptation to reduce risks that is fully aligned with our policies. And the last point, linking then to the previous presentation, is how to visualize effectively to really support decision making. One component is there's another project, the Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management Screening Tool, which has been started, I think 3 years ago already, which is fully aligned with all these thinking and provides a tool to have an initial screening of disaster risk. And there are different use cases, so it's covering climate and geophysical hazards. And it's a screening for investment projects, for example. It gives a light touch of climate risk and adaptation measures and assessments. And it gives initial reporting, and also this information can be fed into the hub and provides like an access to the hub, where there will be also experts who can then, whether then there is a detailed assessment needed, go to other tools. So that is an important component. And also under this tool, we are exploring how to leverage AI for like a light touch reporting. So where we already have detailed assessments, how can we quickly generate reports in a similar region or a similar sector using information that has already been generated? But I mentioned that there are limitations and challenges that we envision. So we're just starting, but of course, data as we need it, as you can probably generate it, but that might be the biggest hurdle as well. Because AI itself needs good, robust data to learn. So there's a need for that and account for this limitation. And we mentioned already before in other presentations how important local conditions are. and how to incorporate that knowledge into decision making using AI. How can we train AI in a way to account for this contextual knowledge? How is that possible? Another point is where we have global models, is the downscaling to local conditions, is that correctly referenced? Are there biases that we need to account for? So we need to understand the uncertainties behind those models as well. And as mentioned before, the black box, do we understand what the model behind a tool is doing? Are we addressing the right questions? Are we prompting the right questions to be answered? And how we want to address that in the hub is to work with established data standards, looking into that, and data validation through experts on the one hand, but also through communities. So for example, the mapping tool that was done, that I mentioned before in the Philippines, they send text messages to communities asking, this is what we found in your village, is that correctly referenced? And then taking that learning and back and forth to really validate that what the AI model was doing was correct. And then complementing the financial exposure, the economics, with a broader impact on, for example, key infrastructure. What does it mean for a community if a bridge is not passable? It's not just that the bridge needs to be rebuilt, but there's a wider impact. So how can we account for that in the hub as well? And the key component is a communication campaign as well, to talk about understanding uncertainties, to not taking modeled output as facts. It's always the best representation of reality that we can then possibly get, but how to use it effectively in decision-making and investment decisions. So that leads me to the last slide on use cases that we want to address during the next half year, during a pilot phase, to really check what we can do with the data that we have, with the models that are out there. So we are envisioning the dynamic scenario planning, building a digital twin based on multi-hazard risk assessment that have been conducted. So data that is available for Tonga and the Cook Islands, for example. And then generating diverse risk profiles. There have been tools developed for the Carrick region, for example, and how to leverage that and make it accessible for our operations as well as development member countries. And then the last point is on data and knowledge system, to have a solid foundation, how to use data, setting standards, and that groundwork. And as mentioned before, the communication campaigns. And yeah, I stop here. I guess there might be a lot of questions. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions, or if you want to take up communication and engage during the pilot phase already. So I will be here over the next days as well to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brigitte, for that. Any questions? Maybe now, any burning ones? If not, you can always approach Brigitte later on today as well as tomorrow. Oh, wait, we have two. Okay, let me go first.
Hi, this is Mumal from Pakistan. I wanted to ask, how does this data center or this availability of data or simulations would help the project teams or the design teams which are doing the in-house designing and planning for any investment projects, let's say in Pakistan for a road project. So how would this collaborate with the design team if there is any design issue or possible simulations?
So the ultimate goal is that the hub, that you can access the information to actually inform the design, so that we get in at a very early stage in planning and designing, so that you already used the information to design your road to be, flood proof, etc. So that we want to create a portal so that you can access the data for your designs, and if there are questions, if there are more detailed questions, to probably have an expert to talk to. So it's the combination of data, tools, and people that we connect to exactly support the right design. That is at project level. And then at more strategic level, support the country strategy partnerships to really develop the national plans for investments, to then understand key hazard areas in a country and possible economic impacts to have both sides.
So, for example, this is usually driven at a national level by the planning ministries. So would anyone in the planning ministry have access to such a portal where they can, run through the projects, or how would it work?
That depends on the data and how we progress with the establishment of the initiative, because we need to start somewhere, and we won't have Asia and Pacific covered immediately. So it is a process to build, but that is the long-term vision to really provide that access to data to ministries through also the CCDRMS, so the screening tool, to give you some light touch information back. So whether, then okay, I need to look into ABC and have the right questions to address.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have one more question.
Hi, thank you. I think first of all, would like to thank ADB and the donor agencies for the support that they've provided to the Pacific in particular. Asia is big. I cannot represent Asia. Whilst ADB has a plan and a vision to support the Pacific, I'd like to understand how ADB intends to engage the private sector into a lot of these activities and initiatives that's there.
There are multiple ways to engage the private sector, and ultimately by understanding risk, you know how to address your investments. So by, for example, there are initiatives to support infrastructure, for example, through private investments, and then linking that with this information and say, through this understanding of risk, you can, for example, if you change the design to adapt for climate change, you can reduce insurance premiums, so that we can actually provide the evidence base to incentivize investment. So that is for this initiative, that's the goal, through information, through understanding the circumstances, that we can then have the cost-benefit calculations to support private sector in the long run.
Any last ones? If not, thank you very much, Bridget. Let's have a round of applause for Bridget. Thank you. Oh, wait, there's one more. Sorry, almost forgot. Almost didn't see that.
Thank you for the presentation, very insightful. My name is Vera Lama. I'm from PNG Power, the utility company from Papua New Guinea. So I saw in one of your slides where you will be identifying opportunities to scale up climate finance to meet ADB's ambition of 100 billion for climate finance. So we're a utility power company. one of our biggest constraints is having data, access to data, the asset data. We have started doing collection of our asset data information and started building a common asset registry. So for us to provide, we normally have work with our development partners or our donor funding agencies. And a lot of the agencies come to us for data. But at the utility level, that's something that we are an organization that has been there for a long time. But unfortunately, we don't have an updated asset registry. So something we're doing now is for one of our grids, we're trying to build a common asset registry. And to physically do that, we need to go out and do asset data capture, come back, do all the mapping, processing, and all that. And one of the constraints is on funding, the internal funding that we try to access. So we've been trying to get out to funders to see if we can be able to do those activities, the physical activities. So I'm just trying to see if this funding, if there are any opportunities in accessing this funding to do the actual groundwork, to be able to gather the data, because to be able to collaborate with our funders, the starting point is to provide them the data. And then they come back to, they come to us with the request for data, and we normally respond to them saying that our data is not updated.
Yeah.
So how can we,
So I think we will, in this initiative, we will always circle around data as the sun in the universe. So I'm not an AI specialist, so I don't know in how far we can actually generate assets data for communication technologies. But I know that in other areas of the world, we already use satellite data to do the asset registries. So can we use AI to enhance the speed, reduce cost of these activities? And then the hub itself can identify the biggest data challenges and say, like, we want to invest in filling these gaps. So the hub as such is not a financing vehicle. So we as well would need to find technical assistance then to support the asset registries. But I know of cases where AI can support those processes on the one hand, and then on the other hand, really identifying the gaps that we need to close, the data gaps, and where to leverage global data sets, etc. I think that can be a benefit of the initiative.
Cool. Thank you very much for that question, and thank you for the response, Bridget. So we will break now for tea break. We will be back here by 3:40 for the final panel on AI in sustainability. So thank you all very much, and please be back by 3:40. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please get seated for the final segment for today. Hope everyone is refreshed from the tea break. So we will have a final panel today exploring AI and sustainability in the Asia Pacific, right? So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lee Hui Min from the Head Group Environmental Sustainability from Singtel Group. She will be moderating the panel and she will introduce the panelists today as we kick off for today's session. So stay tuned and keep your ears peeled for the discussions. Dr. Lee, please. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hui Mian and I'm from Singtel. Thanks for the introduction. So today in this session with me, we will have three panelists. Maybe let me just invite the three panelists on to come to the front first. First, we have Cindy from ADB. Then we have Jason from Neotech. And then Spencer from Google. All right, so in this panel, we are going to delve into how do we harness AI for the application of sustainable development. And then hopefully, I think through the discussion with the panelists, we'll be able to look deeper into is there any good use cases or how can each and every one of you look to leverage on AI in terms of your development, especially in the area of clean energy and clean tech solution. Well, I think in the first, how I'm going to run the session is in the first few 20 minutes or so, I'll get each of the panelists to do a small introduction about what they do in the organization, what the organization do in the area of AI and sustainability. And then after that, the next session, we have a few questions to have a discussion among the panelists in the area of like some of the challenges as well as some of the opportunities that we can look into before we open up the floor for questions. And we'll end off today subsequently. Okay, so without further ado, maybe let me just introduce Cindy to introduce herself and what does ADB do in terms of AI and sustainability. So Cindy has more than 25 years of experience in working in clean tech sector. I think she's not an unfamiliar name. She knows quite a few of you here. So I probably doesn't have to go too much into all the great work that she has done, but to pass the mic over to her for her to share a little bit more about what ADB does in this area. Cindy, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hui Mian. And yeah, it's a pleasure and it's an honor to be part of this panel. And you know, I do have a lot of friends here in the audience. I'm really happy that I've been working with them, especially over the last 5 years already in the Pacific. So it's been an honor to be working with you guys and helping you also transition to a sustainable future, particularly the energy future. So ADB, as my colleague Bridget mentioned earlier, we are a climate bank. We are the region's climate bank. We have an ambition of $100 billion of investments up to 2030. And we had just a new cycle, the next 4 years of an additional 10 billion, 5 billion of which will be committed to vulnerable communities, of which the Pacific definitely belongs. So and ADB Strategy 2030 also focuses on sustainability, particularly differentiated approaches, and this is very, very crucial for small island developing states like the Pacific. And our energy policy also focuses on just energy transition and confronting the climate change challenge. So this is essentially what we do. We are a sustainable development bank, reaching for sustainable development. So as my colleagues probably mentioned earlier, ADB went through a transition over the last 5 years. Last year, we implemented our new operating model where new teams were formed, and my team is one of those. We are called the emerging areas. We are meant to focus on frontier and emerging technologies, not only in energy, but there was a question earlier about cross-sector integrated solutions, because we cannot now target just a particular sector because challenges are multifaceted. They are interrelated challenges: energy, water, food, health, transport, mobility. A lot of these can actually be addressed by cross-cutting themes like energy, climate change, and digitalization. And that's where AI comes in. So increasingly, ADB, as my colleague also presented earlier, we've been doing a lot of AI-related or AI-driven solutions as part of our suite of solutions. And that includes what we call revolutionizing our development impact through our operations by incorporating AI and big data. You mentioned small data earlier. So that's one of the thrusts. We can also look at we can look at catalyzing economic growth using AI, because we are a development bank. So we introduce solutions that can drive economic growth, and also look at solutions for economic, social, and other issues. So maybe I'll stop there. Yeah.
Good. Thank
Okay.
you,
Thank
Cindy. So next up, we have Mr. Jason Tu. He's the founder and CEO of MioTech. He is a technology and sustainability expert. He's been a great advocate for technology as a great enabler to push for sustainable development. So MioTech is an AI-driven sustainability data platform. I'll hand over to Jason to tell us more about MioTech and the work that he does. Over to you.
First of all, thank you, Hui Min, and I want to thank ADB as well for inviting me to speak here. I'm very honored to be able to share my experience with all the audience. So my name is Jason Tu. I'm the founder and CEO of MioTech. We are probably by now one of the largest sustainability data and software companies here in Asia in terms of revenue, employee size, and also founding rounds, etc. Talking about the how do we utilize AI in sustainability, then the two topics, perhaps it's worth taking a step back and share a little bit of our journey from the very beginning to today. Especially if you look at our company name, you can't figure out it's a sustainability related company. It's called MioTech, which originally actually stands for a million different technologies. So going back to how the company was founded, I graduated from graduate school in the US, from Stanford, and worked in Silicon Valley. I met a group of engineers and decided just to take the engineers back into Asia and to find a use case. And fortunately or unfortunately, we got funding from investors without a use case. So they were willing to found the team. So we started experimenting on different directions of different kind of use cases in the industry. So in our team, I had my co-founder who was the CTO and who was also an expert in natural language processing. We also had our data scientist who was very interested not only in NLP, but also in, for example, image recognition. So we were actually a bunch of very techie kind of group of people sitting together and trying to figure out how can we apply these technologies into something. So the company was founded in early 2017, and we spent a year wandering around without a direction. And all of a sudden in 2018, we got a lot of requests because I used to work in investment banking and asset management. We started getting a lot of requests from some of the really large bulge bracket names, asset managers in the world, who asked us for data sets that can help them do due diligence, environmental and ESG, which was a very unpopular word at that time, on their prospective investments or existing portfolio companies. So that was how we got started. We started by serving asset managers. If you look at financial institution side, we started serving asset management and equity investment, bond investment, and then now we're serving commercial banks as well. So mainly as kind of a sustainability data and due diligence company. So when you invest, when you loan money to someone, you have to know whether they abide by certain sustainability standards, or if as simple as whether they have any violated any kind of government or kind of NGO rules or etc. So that's how the business got started, and then we also ventured into the corporate side. As more investors have been asking us to do the due diligence on these corporates, and we started getting in touch with these corporates, and a lot of the corporates started to ask us, can you help us if we don't have the data? So we haven't done anything bad, but can you help us at least gather the data together, collect the data, maybe help us benchmark to the best practices in the industry, and tell us where we can improve. And so many of them, especially for our corporate clients here in Asia, they feel pressure from downstream clients, and especially the clients in Europe. So that's the other side of our business. So until today, MioTech has two sets of our clients, financial institutions and corporates. And we not only, starting from the very beginning, we use NLP, for example, to extrapolate and to analyze the data that is publicly available and making unstructured data into structured form. And for example, we have also done a lot of search-related stuff to help our asset management clients or financial institution clients to be able to find the relevant data in a faster way, and also whether you can drag and drop, for example, a project description, and then the project description can be automatically, the project can be automatically classified under certain what we call green loan taxonomies that's now existing in many different jurisdictions. That's on the financial institution side. Of course, on the corporate side, we've also been experimenting. For example, how do we help the corporates analyze their data? And until today, when Gen AI has become more popular, we're also experimenting how we can help the corporates, for example, automatically generate their financial reports and related sustainability disclosure. So I'll stop here, and happy to share more.
Oh, thank you, Jason. So now I know that MioTech means million difference. Okay, and I hope that you really that you will get to your million differences use case faster, earlier than expected. So next, last but not least, we have Mr. Spencer Loh, who is the head of sustainability for Google in Asia Pacific. Spencer, leveraging on his past experience as a CSO for Lisco in Singapore, as well as his previous years as senior management in tech company, I think he's in a really good position to really talk about sustainability and technology. So over to Spencer to share more about what his work and Google is doing. Over to you, Spencer.
Thank you, Hui Mian, and thank you to the organizers for hosting us here. I think this is a really important topic for such a panel. We hope that all of you get to ask lots of questions later. So I don't think I'll need to introduce Google, but just want to say that Google is actually a relatively young company. Most people, or many people don't know, it's only 26 years old. And since 2007, by dint of being founded in California, it was already pretty progressive, if you would like to use that word, in terms of sustainability, in terms of awareness of environmental issues. And so since 2007, it was carbon neutral by standards of the day. By 2017, Google, we've been matching our energy consumption with renewable energy purchases globally since 2017. And so since 2020, we are talking about a third decade of sustainable action. It was really important to me personally, being fairly new to Google. I joined earlier this year. This position of head of sustainability for APAC is a new position because of the importance of APAC. It's the fastest growing region for Google, but it's also the region most exposed to climate change in terms of the impacts from extreme weather events and other implications. So it was really heartening for me earlier this year when our CEO, Mr. Sundar Pichai, was at the UN General Assembly. In his address spoke about the need to harness AI responsibly, but also to see if it can contribute to sustainable development. And so that, I think, makes it all come together. So how do we look at AI? Again, I said Google's 26 years old. It's actually much younger. Google as a company is much younger than AI. AI started in the 50s, from AI to machine learning to assisted learning. It's really been in the last few years the generative AI, which is a specific type of AI, has really taken the world by storm. And that's why we're here talking about it. And it is a very powerful form of AI because it allows many more people to use it, and it can process a lot more types of information, and it can create content, whether that's computer code, images, or text. And because it can create text that is that's been very polished language because of all the large language models, it seems very compelling because it feels real. But it is because of that that we have to take a very responsible approach to using AI. But what does AI have to do with sustainability? And we think that there are three superpowers, if you will, that AI brings. One is information, and the next is prediction, and the third is optimization. So information, there's so much data out there that sometimes you just need AI to be able to scour all that and present to you the summary of the information that you need, that you're looking for at that point in time. Saves a lot of time. And it could even be something like what we use for Google Maps. In certain countries, not too many places in Asia Pacific, there's the eco-friendly routing option for Google Maps, where instead of the shortest time, you can optimize a route for least carbon emissions based on what we know of traffic patterns, topography. So you can go up and down hills. It might be a straight route, but it takes a lot more power. Any of you who have been to San Francisco will know that's the case. And in Singapore, you can go on a highway and it's twice the distance and it's 2 minutes faster. But people will do that because it's 2 minutes faster. So, just even giving the information, hey, this is the route that uses the least amount of carbon, and it's 3 minutes longer. And we find that actually people will take it because they're not always in a rush. And some people would save money too because you're burning less power. But that's information as an example. Second one is prediction. And the best examples I can think of, they'll have to deal with adaptation and resilience. Can we use AI to better predict extreme weather, predict flooding, and give people warning so the poor people of Valencia and Paiporta would have had more time to react? And that's in Spain. Can you imagine such things are quite likely to happen too in Asia Pacific if we're not careful? How can AI give better prediction and get the information out to people faster? That is a really important case for prediction. I mean, extreme heat is another form of prediction. And the third one for optimization, optimizing energy systems is a good example. So at Google, we have a company called Tapestry. It's been working with electric grid operators in different countries to help them accelerate the deployment of renewable energy. But as many of you would know, more renewable energy means more intermittency. More intermittency means more stochasticity, more variability, because the sun isn't always shining, the wind isn't always blowing. And so one really interesting case was us working with Chile, which is a long, narrow strip of land. And it's so long that if you put it from Tokyo, one end was Tokyo, the other end's almost Bangkok. That's how long it is. And it's got mountains, it's got deserts, so it's got and it's got rivers, so it has the potential to be 100% renewable energy as a country. But in order to decommission fossil fuel plants, they've got to do a lot of scenarios, a lot of modeling to ensure the grid is secure. And that modeling tends to be done by a lot of learned, very experienced engineers, etc. But it takes time. And this is a case where we deployed AI to help those engineers and modelers work through all the different scenarios of how they could deploy renewable energy and where the transmission bottlenecks were, so that Chile can retire fossil fuel plants faster and deploy the renewables faster, because they had the assurance of having used AI to go through those scenarios to better give themselves a security that's also an important part of an energy system. So these are some of the use cases that give us a lot of optimism out there. Thanks.
Thanks. Indeed, I think Google has been working on a lot of optimization solutions that bring to the masses. So I think in the work we've heard, from Cindy, the regulation side of things, and then of course I think Jason has spoke a little bit about how his company is bring solutions back to the financial institution, which is a lot to B2B, and I think. Google, of course, have both B2C and B2B. I think at this point in time, I probably want to sort of dig deeper a little bit into this to say everyone loves a success story, right? If each one of you could sort of talk about one specific, outcome or success stories that you have seen to share with the audience here today, so that they could have a better understanding of some of the work that you do, as well as in that same area, right? What are some of the real, I guess, further work that you're doing to sort of promote AI in the area of sustainable development? So maybe I will start with Jason.
Sure. I think there are many successful cases that I can share. Maybe, as I said, I kind of already cherry-picked a few topics to share with everyone. Now, maybe I'll give you a full set of things that we have experimented. I wouldn't call all of them a huge success, but at least we got something out of it. And I can share not only the success, but also some of the failure stories as well. So let's talk about, if we talk about, for example, last generation of AI, we experimented, for example, knowledge graph. We also experimented a lot on our proprietary NLP algorithm that can automatically kind of identify, for example, we call it a named entity recognition. We call it, for example, topic extraction or topic modeling. Whether our NLP algo can automatically identify an apple is not an apple, the fruit, but rather is a company. But in many different jurisdictions, in many different markets, there are different company names. You can find out, for example, as I said, from a due diligence perspective, whether this company has done any bad things to the environment or to social stability or anything like that. And also, for example, being able to automatically recognize the topics that are relevant to sustainability, whether it's an environmental violation or is, for example, waste management, polluting the environment, or, for example, even on labor treatment, etc. So that was in the early days how we experimented with NLP and building a very large knowledge graph related to sustainability topics in the region here in Asia. But the rise of LLM actually changed a lot of the directions that we have been experimenting internally with our data science team. And I can share with you, and honestly, I can do a very honest sharing that in the past 2 years, we actually laid off half of our data science team. That was just because there's no longer a need for us to develop a very kind of proprietary NLP model anymore. We used to do, for example, data curation using our manual labor, because you have to curate the data or label the training data for us to be, going back to what I mentioned, to automatically identify the entities, identify the topics. Now, actually, if we use LLM, although the accuracy is not as high as human beings, we can use LLM to label training data. So that, for example, is a very good example of how the Gen AI is disrupting the industry. And now, as I said, I kind of alluded to it a little bit. Many of our clients have brought up the topic of how can Gen AI can be much smarter in terms of not only curating the data, but also generating content. From my personal perspective, the areas that I have been in, or the business case that I've been in touch with, I often ask myself, which is the first industry use case that's going to be disrupted by Gen AI? There are many kind of stories about video kind of production, about even for university professors whom I've been in touch with, they have a hard time right now combating plagiarism. But in our industry, I personally think that financial reporting is going to be disrupted very, very soon. In financial reporting, be it a quarterly report, annual report, or sustainability report, it follows a certain structure. And because it follows certain structures, it's very easy for Gen AI, and we've done a lot of internal experiments to be able to automatically, fill in the blanks and generate a report that is satisfactory to different global standards and at a very high quality. So maybe these are some of the successful cases, and the unsuccessful part is that the last generation of AI is really retiring in some of our use cases. Again, I hope this is insightful to everyone.
Thank you, Jason. That's really a case of AI replacing AI kind of thing, right? It's just wow. So I'm actually maybe at this point in time you talk about AI replacing and talk about financial reporting in the area. Maybe I would like Spencer to sort of add on and say if Google has any interested use cases or success story in this area.
Sure, yeah.
As well as relating to sort of what's from a manpower perspective, some of the challenges, any insight in the area.
Just want to comment that for Jason's absolutely right. Financial reporting, but even just as much so, environmental reporting is going to be disrupted by AI. But I'd like to just share two examples of success stories. One which is proven and growing, and the other is fingers crossed it will work really well. But the first one that's really interesting is actually how do you use AI to help farmers? Because it's the largest employment sector in Asia Pacific. And what we found in India, you have a lot of smallholder farmers. They grow crops, they need to use pesticides or the right type of fertilizer. If they use too much, it costs them and it's bad for the environment. If they don't use enough, they might lose a crop. And we find that in parts of India, they don't necessarily speak English or Hindi. So how do you help them? So there was a group called Wadwani AI, and they're using Google technology, and Google.org, our philanthropic arm, helped support them. But they created an app which uses local language, whether it's I guess Punjabi or even a very local variant, etc., to be able to communicate with farmers, and they can take photographs of their crops if they think something is wrong, and the crop can then check and say, we think you have an infestation of X. Can you find, it looks like this. And then they take more photographs and then through a process, the AI can then determine you have this pest and you're at this level of infestation. You should use this type of fertilizer in this amount, because it's all through the data sets that can give a good recommendation, optimization here in this case. And the farmers get better outcomes and better economic outcomes as well. So I think this was this is something that we're continuing to fund because we think it has legs beyond India, maybe Indonesia. Others are picking up on this use case. So we think that's a really good example. How do you really help people? The other quick one is traffic optimization. There's so much emissions, carbon emissions from cars idling at traffic lights. Any one of you have recently been to Bangkok? I mean, you know. No offense to the Kontai and but Bangkok has really bad traffic. But we're working in a number of cities with the city engineers to optimize the traffic lights, because through Google Maps we have a sense of the traffic flow, and there are ways to reduce the stop-start. So we found in modeling around the world that you can reduce the stop-start traffic by 30%, and reduce the emissions at intersections, which is where the most emissions, because cars are just idling, by up to 10%. And now we're working in Hyderabad, in Bali, in Jakarta, but that's where it's fingers crossed, because these are very complex systems. But ultimately, that's where AI plays a role in terms of that optimization, and hopefully we can reduce traffic flows and reduce emissions. So that's an example. But a challenge from a manpower perspective is that you do need data. But of course, for traffic, Google has some data, the city certainly has its data, but you also need some amount of talent. And that's why I think it's important that governments and institutions of higher learning, etc., invest in ensuring that there are data scientists, not working on LLMs necessarily, but people that know how to use this technology.
And maybe behavioral scientists as well, because when you talk about traffic, asking people to change their route and changing their driving pattern a lot, it's no longer just pure science and data.
Yeah. Yes. And that boils down to user design as well, because people do respond to how information is presented. So that's also very important. Thanks.
So that definitely is. Well, thanks, Spencer. And then next we, Cindy, I think I would like you to probably share a little bit more in if you have like a success story or some of the case that you're working on, specifically more into energy sector, like the clean tech sector, which I hope. Yeah,
I'd like to talk about AI and sustainability in the context of small island developing states, which is what the participants are coming from. And you know, the Pacific occupies 15% of the globe, the ocean itself. It's the largest source of renewable energy, actually, of oxygen and of food for the Asian Pacific region. So this is why it's important to focus on that particular resource. And you know, the island countries are very small in terms of land. They're land constrained. Most of them are low-lying, less than 3 meters in elevation, so they're vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, particularly extreme weather events, storm surges, and sea level rise. So that's where the solution should be coming from in terms of AI. Right now, we are working to look at ocean monitoring, for example, even monitoring like pollution in the ocean, like plastics. We are looking, particularly our team is looking at what we call cross-sector integrated solutions anchored on renewable energy, and a lot of them will be coming from the ocean, so ocean and marine renewables, like floating PV. We are already piloting that in Kiribati and in Tuvalu. And one thing also that I'd like to talk about in Tuvalu, earlier there was a presentation on digital twinning. Actually, Tuvalu has an ambition to actually have their entire country have a twin, because they are going to be inundated fully by the turn of the next century. They are 2 meters above sea level. So if sea level rises to 1.5, all of Tuvalu will be underwater. So they are actually looking to have a digital twin, so they will have an electronic country in a way, a digital country. And most of them will probably be relocated elsewhere. So that is, I guess, the biggest ambition. It's gonna be costing them billions of dollars, and we don't know where that money is going to come from. Tuvalu is only 11,000 people, a whole country. The same with Kiribati, yeah? 3 meters above sea level is the highest point. So these countries are really vulnerable, and where we need to really focus on in terms of solutions that can help them in their context. Because, you know, I mean, even if they bear the brunt of climate change, they have very ambitious targets when it comes to clean energy. All of them, most of them actually want to be 100% renewables. They are taking that as a responsibility, even though they are not responsible for the climate change that we are experiencing now. So this is something that is really, from ADB, and particularly for our team, is what we want to focus on in the future. And that's why we're asking all of the participants here to let us know your specific needs and where ADB can come in. And of course, we will need partners to do that. We cannot fund everything to give you that solutions. But we need partners. We need the private sector. Someone also asked about private sector participation. And also a lot of our development partners. We need to work together to be able to give you the solutions that you need. Because climate change is an existential threat to them. It's not just something, you know, that most of us sometimes take for granted. So another thing is, there was talk about data. Data is really important. And I think you also need to look at the partners that you already have in the region, you know, in Australia, New Zealand, all that. You have the Pacific community and you have the PPA now, which is, you know, coming together to give you a platform for you to share knowledge, to share data. I know that data is going to be very difficult to obtain. It's not you know, updated, yeah? And it comes in different forms. A lot of them actually just paper-based. So it's very difficult to get AI to look into that before going to the basics first. So, and even connectivity is an issue. You cannot get reliable internet in most of the Pacific. So that's the starting point. I mean, from ADB, we need to build the ground from the ground up when it comes to AI. Looking at connectivity, looking at the energy resources going to be feeding all of that requirement for data processing, for analytics. That is so basic. And that's where we come from. I mean, the ADB needs to intervene first. Connectivity, energy, and it has to be clean. Of course, they want to be clean because they also need to save on diesel because these are all imported, very expensive for them, right? So back to the basics. Renewables coming from the oceans and giving them, a lot of them are not able to borrow money. A lot of the countries actually rely on grants, rely on development partners financing. So it's very difficult. And of course, private sector needs to come in there to be able to assist. People are laughing because you know very well your situation, right? We all need to come together to work together and help one another in terms of building sustainability. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Cindy. And I think definitely, we talk about AI for sustainability. We talk a lot about climate mitigation. But in fact, I think for certain parts, especially a small Pacific island, it's really about climate adaptation. Especially in some of the developing countries where you're probably not the biggest contributor of climate change from a development perspective, but you are actually at the brunt of really all the expectation. Cindy, talk a little bit about what's needed, the basic to sort of take the first step into digitalization or leveraging on AI and tech. At this point in time, maybe by a show of hands, I would like to know, in the audience today, how many of you are actually really starting work in the area of leveraging on AI in the particular work that you do in your organization, or you're looking to start something, not quite sure what to do? All right, I see one hand. 2 hands, 3, 4. Okay, sounds like we have 5. Good. Sounds like we have an audience who sort of like is interested, but maybe not done something. Maybe I think at this point in time is a good juncture for me to get the panelists to sort of share a little bit about some of the baby steps or essential steps that you think you would recommend audience here to take in terms of getting into it. Obviously, they are not going to be an expert overnight, but what are some of the 1-2 steps that they can take in order to start their journey? Maybe Spencer, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you. I think oftentimes it boils down to data, and you don't always need to have perfect data, and increasingly even analog data can be converted into digital data through AI. And often you can work. We've seen many cases where research institutions, universities are actually a big ally for smaller municipalities or smaller nations in terms of aggregating that data and making it collectively more useful because they're aggregating across geographies. So I think finding those allies that can help you with that data journey would be really critical. But in terms of making good use of AI, you talked about baby steps. I think the advice we would give is, even say if you're a large company, some people say, oh, we just need to do more AI, and do AI. But what does that mean? You have to look at, our suggestion is look at where people are spending time. If they're spending time doing certain repetitive things, for example, trying to get certain types of data, or perhaps even creating content. For example, summarizing meeting minutes. I mean, this is a specific example. If they're spending a lot of time on certain things where then I think there's a case for AI, because it's this type of position, spending X amount of time doing this type of task. I mean, when you have that, it's easier to say, okay, how can AI solve for that? And oftentimes that's a good way. That's a good way to start.
Good. So it's essentially being able to know what are your needs, and then they'll be able to segment some of the problems. And of course, is to really look at how much, is to look at what are your data availability in terms of within your organization. If you don't have the data, maybe that's where you could look for partners to sort of augment. And data didn't have to be perfect, because I think it's always, don't let perfect get in the way of progress. So definitely, thanks.
Don't let the perfect become the enemy of the good.
Yes, exactly. So, Jason, any thoughts to add on?
Sure. I'm probably going to be
solutions from MioTech.
Yeah, I'm going to be a devil's advocate a little bit, because a lot of my I think my fellow panelists actually talked about a lot of the projects or use cases that they have talked about are at macroeconomic level. MioTech used to do that. We still do it in our research projects. For example, I think the panel or the speech before this was talking about satellite imagery, for example. We also analyze satellite imagery, but in the end, we found that it's a very good brand building project, but where does the money come from? No one pays the bill. Have to be very straightforward and be very honest. From the startup's perspective, we have always been looking for a business case rather than simply a use case. Business case means that there's always a very vibrant private sector who is willing to pay the bill. So going back to Hui Ming's question, I think one thing I would really advocate for is that maybe, in addition to looking at, for example, from a macroeconomic level, from the grand kind of national grid, power generation to infrastructure projects, and also to, for example, traffic, maybe at the microeconomic level, from a sustainability perspective, we can start by thinking about how do we help, let's say, the businesses in your individual countries to boost their presence in the global market by enhancing their sustainability performances. I know there's, ESG is getting popular, which stands for environmental, social, and governance. But when I talk to a lot of the companies, especially small and medium ones, they're struggling for earnings, survival, and growth. A different set of ESG. So I think really what we have been focusing on is to help the corporates and bring them up to the right sustainability standards so that they are more competitive in the global market.
Oh, I think that's really a very good point. Don't look for use cases, but look for business cases. I think when we all work in corporate, we know that a business case justification works better than any of the other justification that we can put onto the table. So thank you, Jason, for that. At this point in time, I actually still have a question, but in the interest of time, I would like to open the floor, to the floor for any questions that you would like to ask. And I hope that one of the questions that you wanted to ask would be the question that I actually originally had in mind to ask the panelists. Let's see. If you could introduce yourself and then before you ask the question, thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Andrew from Tonga, in a small island in developing states. And my question here is regarding the ethical considerations that we need to look at, especially when businesses are deploying AI to boost productivity, knowing it may lead to overexertion. Because, of course, when most of our employees are using AI, they are seen as the superstar in their offices. So, of course, this also comes with vulnerability in a way that they are expected in that level of productivity all the time at the office. So just a question regarding that aspect. Thank you.
Sorry. So you are asking about a ethical AI with respect to improvement when you bring about improvement productivity. Is that true? So maybe.
That's a great question. But first, I want to just add. I think you gentlemen, Andrew, you're from Tonga, and you talked about exertion, which made me think of the Olympics. And I think you have a very famous representative that put Tonga on the map. So just want to acknowledge that. But I think your question was, if people become very productive through use of AI, does that, what are some of the ethical considerations around that? I think it is a very challenging one, because does that person have privileged access to that AI? Is that person paying for it herself and reaping the benefits that makes her look good? I'm just being gender neutral here and using different genders. Then that's not necessarily, I mean, could you say it's unethical? But it really depends on equality of access. And that's an important one. But we do know, we have colleagues at even at Google that have subscribed to all three types of AI tools, right? AI chatbots, and are using all of them. But does everyone have the means to do that? Maybe not. And so, I mean, I'm just acknowledging that I don't think there's a clear answer to that one. But the other part of being ethical is, are you attributing your work to AI? And I think this is a case where it's a social norm. It's a form of education, and in some cases legislated increasingly. That when something is generated by AI or assisted, you have to at least acknowledge it being so that people don't take it that it's your work. And that is, I think it's a social issue that we will have to wrestle with. Yeah.
Yeah. So
thank you so much. So my name is Mary. A question for Jason. I found it fascinating, the fact that AI could completely automate financial reporting as well as ESG reporting. Do you foresee a future where we can even take it one step further, where AI actually helps decision makers, whether it's the board level, CEO level, make more sustainable decisions also for the organization? So those recommendations improving the value of making better choices for the company as well.
Thank you, Mary. I think that's a very good question. Taking a step back, I often get asked the question whether AI is going to replace the human beings or the workforce. Personally, I don't think so. And why do I want to mention that? Is that because in our cases, we think that AI is a huge efficiency booster, even with the help of generative AI. Keep in mind, it's called generative AI, but it's not called creative AI, because the creativeness in human beings, until today at least, we have not seen it being completely taken away to the machine intelligence. When it comes to decision making, for example, we do see that generative AI can help corporates not only generate content but also summarize content. For example, to the top management. In many of our, for example, research projects, we actually have experimented using Gen AI to provide a summary report to the corporates. And for example, a lot of our clients also ask about, for example, in Europe, what is the CSRD requirement, whether, for example, in terms of carbon border tax, the CBAM, how they would like to deal with it. Until today, I think many of these kind of a very standard question can be summarized by AI. But on the flip side, when it comes to how we can make a sound decision, it still relies on the human being to analyze through the information to make a critical call. Maybe it's a wrong analogy, but let me just say it. My wife is a designer. She works in the design field. And also, one thing that we've learned, and also I've discussed this with Spencer and Cindy as well, right before this panel, what she and I actually concluded, and also this panel concluded, is that how do you query AI? How do you ask the question really matters right now. Because in order to get the right information or summary out of an AI is not only art, but it's also science right now. But again, making a decision on top of the information is another kind of a critical area where it still relies on human beings. Yeah.
Good. Thanks, Jason. I think...
if I may?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. So I have a team actually that's looking at or are developing a sustainable solutions assessment tool. So it's something that will assist project officers in this case in ADB to actually design cross-sector solutions. So that needs to be populated with data, but it's going to be a tool for us to be able to design projects properly. Yeah. So it's one of the applications we are looking into.
Yeah, I think that's exactly. I think there's a lot of tools that is being developed right now to automate all the reports. And I guess what really would be helpful is to when you save the time on generating those reports, and then you actually spend more time on really analyzing it and making the best decision. In the past, you might not have enough time because by the time you finish generating a report, I do sustainability report, and I think Spencer, you have to contribute as well. By the time you finish, there's really little time to sort of really go through the analysis and in the end to make like informed decision or at least to plan for the next year. So hopefully we see that. Okay, we have time for one last question before we wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Just listening to the conversation is really informative and thought-provoking for me.
If you could introduce yourself.
Sorry, my name is Manny. I'm from the Republic of Palau, a small dot in the Pacific Ocean in between Guam and the Philippines. I guess my question is, I'm like AI illiterate. I don't really know anything about it, and for me, I guess if I wanted to get on the path to understanding AI and how to use it in my job or in to help my country, how would I go about doing that? I guess that's kind of my basic fundamental question for this.
Thank you. Maybe Cindy, you want to take a step at this question first?
There is a lot of applications for AI in the work that we do in the Pacific, not only in the energy sector, but financial reporting is one of them as well. In fact, we are helping, again, looking to Tuvalu, to help them have a integrated software, accounting system software that will look at all of the asset inventory, payroll, prepaid meters, and all that, and then it's going to be able to generate a financial report at the end, so that it doesn't have to have someone actually inputting the data or generating the report. So that's one of the things that we are doing and looking to replicate across the Pacific, and the other applications can also be replicated, for example, in climate modeling or resource assessments or optimization of energy systems. Right now, we're employing smart energy management systems for transmissions and energy systems, so that can become an application that becomes very efficient. So that's one of the things. You could also look at planning. One of the things that we need to do actually as a start is integrated planning. It's not just for energy, but all infrastructure planning to make them more resilient, and because they all interact with one another. So that's why that should be the basic step that we need to do an integrated planning, so that all of the interventions that you present to donors, present to funders, will be integrated, and each one can then, based on their focus, based on their agenda, can pick on that and help you proceed and apply that intervention. Yeah.
If I may jump in, I'll take Jason's cue on this. I mean, your question could have been interpreted at the macro level, which Cindy addressed, but there's also the micro level of all of us as individuals. How can we learn more? And I think this is something where there are more and more online resources. I mean, there's Coursera, there's LinkedIn, and the key difference, key point, and we talked about this just before the panel, is that it's not really necessarily about figuring out how AI works, or to figure out the science or the modeling behind it, or the language models, or being able to code a language model. It's more understanding the use cases, or how do you put in a good query into a chatbot. And those use cases, etc. I think they're good. There is good content online. It says, oh, this is how you could use it, and it helps demystify it. Unfortunately, it's young children who are learning this very quickly, and there are estimates that a very large proportion of AI is being used for homework doing. So,
which of course might lead to the ethical issues that to talk about. All right, we've actually come to the end of the panel, but I think this is actually not the end, but rather the beginning for every one of you, I hope, in terms of taking your first step to get into understanding, what AI can do for you. Whether it's from taking the first step out, like Spencer mentioned, to start, online resources and see what it can help, or from an organizational perspective to really look at what's in it and what is the first step that your organization can do, whether it's looking at your data or identifying a particular use case or even business case for some of you to see where you can start that journey. I think in the past hour, we've actually spoke on a lot. Thank you so much to the panelists for being able to share the work that they do. It's a lot. We started with talking about each and every one of them is doing in their organization. Cindy spoke about the work that ADB is doing in terms of helping the developing nations to look at how innovative application of AI can help to improve productivity and maybe reap economic benefit as well. Jason obviously talked about his work in MioTech, a million difference that he would like to make with the tech that he's working on, and also the various use cases and business case that he's working on. And of course, Google. Every one of us can't live a day without using a Google app, right? So definitely Spencer has brought on a lot of insights in the different ways of work that Google is doing, whether it's in the area of optimizing traffic flow, trying to put together data, the three things: optimization, prediction, and also information coming together, right? So I just would like each of the panelists to give us one closing remark, just one, either a call to action to every one of them or a word of encouragement before we end off. And I think after this, there will be the break, there will be the networking session. So maybe let me start with Spencer.
I mentioned that our CEO spoke at the UNGA, UN General Assembly, about AI and sustainability. And in support of that, earlier this year, there was a white paper put out about how AI can accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. And we all know the world is behind. For this, the 169 KPIs, we're nowhere near close to them. Maybe 15% have a chance. But we did research and found about at least 600 use cases, very specific use cases, how AI can help accelerate those 169 KPIs under the SDGs. And if any of you would like to get a copy of that white paper, let us know. But I think it might give you ideas about how you could use it for sustainable development in your contexts. Thanks.
Jason?
Yeah, maybe in response to the question asked by this gentleman, how do we learn AI? I think we should be a friend to AI. Treat AI as a friend. If you have questions, ask this friend. At the same time, be critical to it. Don't only listen to your friend. You try to make your own judgment. And lastly, just want to bring up what I mentioned before. There are a zillion different use cases, but in order to have a healthy ecosystem or economy that promotes AI in sustainability, we need to have business cases. We need to see where the money is. So I have my fingers crossed that there will be more and more business cases and bigger economy around the AI applications in AI.
And lastly, Cindy?
Yes. It might help if our ITD people can send a copy of the AI in action. We have a report that actually has showcases some of the examples of AI in action in ADB projects across sectors. Like you have chatbots for gender-based violence. You have digital twins. You have how you actually apply automate the identification systems. All of these things you can actually adopt in your projects. So please do reach out to our ITD people for that report. And well, that's the last word. I think we all need to work together. We are all in this together. And for us from the development partners, we are here to help you through your sustainable development goals, help make you resilient because we aim to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please join me in thanking the panelists for the insightful session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, Spencer, Jason, and Cindy. Thank you very much for that insightful panel. Right, so how does everyone feel now after today? You started 9 a.m. fresh, to learn about AI, and now your brain has been expanded. Right? You know so much more than when you started. Of course, the key here would be retaining a lot of these ideas and concepts. Keep them at the back of your head, because tomorrow you will learn more, but you will have a chance to apply them, right, when we go into our sandbox mode. So please stay, fresh on the ideas, whether it's on digital twin, you heard about the hub, you heard about AI catalyzing economic growth. So there's a lot of points from there, right? I hope everyone is you jotted all of that down and you continue to expand on it, right? So to close things off for today, after today's information pack session, we have a call for action and partnership by Stephanie Hung, Chief Information Officer and Director General, Information Technology Department of ADB. Stephanie, please, thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope all of you are still awake. So as we bring this enlightening day one to a close, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers today, the panelists and participants, and also my organizing committee member from the ADB, who have made actually today's discussions both inspiring and impactful. These insights that shared during today's sessions about the potential of artificial intelligence in addressing the pressing challenges of our climate change. So today we explore how AI is a catalyst for innovations in sustainability and climate action. In the morning, we have Bruce do the opening, and we have Mary, who actually share a lot of evidence-based and insightful transformations use case, and also the local innovations. And we also have a very power-packed panel discussions with Ming, Garrett, as well as Ralph, from policy to regulations in related to data regulations into educations, as well as human capital development. And today afternoon, we have Agnes, did a ground discussions on climate actions and the initiative. At the same time, we also have the demo from our partners, ETH, HECO. And we also have Brigitte to talk about all the ADB initiative. And the insightful panel discussion just now, we have actually moderated by Hui Min with the leaders from Google, Spencer, MioTech, Jason, as well as our own ADB, Cindy, very much. Thank you very much. We have witnessed the cutting edge application of AI in climate risk assessment, disaster forecasting, sustainable resource management, and explore the various issues, challenges, and solutions. But now we actually have to take the insight into action. So climate change is actually a global challenge that demands a unified response. And like Cindy said, we need to collective effort. AI offers us the means to develop scalable, ethical solutions that can significantly enhance our efforts in building sustainable and resilient future. However, the success of this solution hinges on our ability to collaborate across sectors, disciplines, and even borders. So I urge all of you to take a decisive step. First, engage in partnership. Whether you are from government, private sector, academia, and civil society, partnerships are crucial. Let's combine our strength to develop AI applications that are context-specific and address the unique challenges of our developing members' country. Leveraging the power of convening, ADB's Climate and Disasters Intelligence Hub. This hub addresses the need for seamless access to data and advanced analytics, empowering users to generate tailored insight that drive strategic planning and risk management. By participating in it, you can contribute to and benefit from an environmental of continuous knowledge sharing and learning, facilitating the cross-pollinations of ideas and best practices among the stakeholders. Third, invest in capacity building. You heard from Spencer talk about equip ourselves, your team, with the skill necessary to harness AI effectively. ADB is committed to support training and knowledge sharing initiative to build this capacity across our region. In fact, we have embarked on digital transformation action plan since 2016. We have developed our own driving digital leadership program to actually equip all our senior leaders how to take advantage of the digital skill set. So some of this knowledge and sharing we can actually definitely share with all of y'all. Fourth, promote responsible AI use. Ethical consideration must be at the forefront of our AI endeavor. Uphold principle of data integrity, privacy, inclusivity to ensure that AI benefit all, especially the most vulnerable one. So we are actually publishing our responsible AI framework, and we will share with you the 8 principles that we have. And we also actually have tools that help us to do the risk assessment as well. So the challenge we face are complex, but today's session has actually shown that collective effort and innovation can drive meaningful progress. So AI can help us. One is to improve the risk assessment by filling the data gaps and providing high resolution context-specific information. We can actually better understand and mitigate climate risk and make risk-informed investment decisions. Second, optimize resource management. AI enable more efficient use of resources, aiding in sustainable practice across sector. Third, improve disaster preparedness and response. Enhanced risk information can support targeted investment in risk reductions and mitigations measures, as well as climate adaptations and early warning system to save life and guide our responses. However, we must also acknowledge that limitation and address them head on. Number one, it is data quality and accessibility. Commit to improve the data accuracy and ensuring to meet the specific need of each of the use cases. Context relevance. Enhance AI model that adapt to local condition, culture, and regulatory commitment. So in closing, I want to emphasize that now is the time for action. The knowledge we gain today is only valuable if we apply it. So let's harness AI, not just as a technological advancement, but as a collaborative forces that bring together all of us, the diverse expertise to tackle the climate change. So our collective action can lead to 1, sustainable development, 2, resilience communities, 3, a brighter future for all. So I invite each one of you, take what you have learned here and become champion of change within your organization and your network. Engage with ADB, collaborate through the Climate and Disaster Intelligence Center of Excellence to provide risk analytics supporting resilience investment, and be proactive in forming partnerships that drive innovations. Together, we can transform the way we address climate change, making a lasting impact on our region and the world. Thank you for your dedication, your insight, and your commitment to a sustainable future. I look forward to the incredible advancement we will achieve together, and look forward the future with purpose, collaboration, and unwavering resolve to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for that rousing end to the proceedings for day one, right? But just before we go, we have a little quiz to play, right? Just to test who over here is an AI master. So let me just quickly get connected. This is for everyone. You will need your mobile phone. So could you please scan the QR code? And this will be the final session for today before the networking. Let me know if you have any difficulties. Okay, we have joiners. Oh, I can't see. Oh, sorry. I'm blocking the scan. Okay, you have quite a few. Just give it a few more. Should have at least 35 to 40. Okay. We have 35, magic number. Bring more. Give it a few more seconds. Okay, no one has any difficulty joining? All good? Okay, we'll just, maybe I still see more people joining. Okay, so the rules of this game is simple. You have to pick the right answer, of course, but there's a little twist. You have to pick the right answer fastest, right? So speed and accuracy, much like the best AI tools out there, right? So that's the name of the game for this. So let's start with question number 1. Okay, wait, I still see many joining. Just wait a second. 48. Okay. 50 is the magic number. Let me start. Okay, 51. Okay. So for your first question, how many countries are represented today? You have a timer, by the way. So this is just the test question. Just a test question. Okay. Time's up. How many? Okay, wow. Most of you are very well aware of everyone within the... Awesome, good job. Okay, it's going to get a little bit harder. Let's see what's the next one. So yes, the correct answer is 24. Who is the lead? Marky, and Renton and DY. Let's see. Still early days. So what's the main difference between AI and a human brain? AI loves broccoli, humans don't. AI processes information but doesn't have consciousness. AI only likes math while humans have multiple interests. Which one is it? Okay, I see everyone knows basically what an AI is. The question's going to get harder, just let you know. Okay, so let's go to the next. Yes, you're right. Let's see who is Marky still on top. Marky still on top. But we have now Daddy at number 3. Okay, amazing. That's interesting. An interesting development. Okay, let's see. We're going to go to number 3. How can AI help in combating climate change? Wow, it's very quiet. Everyone's deep in thought. Okay, let's see. Wow, everyone has been listening. But who's quickest? That's the key, right? So let's see. Who's on the leaderboard? Oh, Marky is still on top. Dinesh and Daddy rounding up number 3. Just weird to say that. No one's... Okay, and the last 2 questions are going to be hard, right? The last 2 questions are going to be hard. So let me start now. Which of these is an AI application that can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Oh, wait, can you... Wait, maybe I'll go back. Okay. Yeah, now you can do it. This is tough. Drum roll. Okay, wow. Yeah, I see. The AI-driven energy management, that's back to Dr. Mary's presentation, right? AI-powered climate change data sets, while they help, they don't reduce greenhouse gas, and powered weather forecasting just gives you a prediction, not really helping you reduce it. So yeah, let's see who's on top. Oh, okay, it shifted. Marky still going strong. George and Daddy at number 3. Okay. Will Daddy still remain in number 3 or go up? That's what I want to know. Let's see. For the final question, what are the 3 key ingredients that will power ADB's climate and disaster analytics hub? Let's see. Oh, wow. It's neck and neck between people, data, tools, innovation, collaboration, insight, right? Should we poll Bridget to ask, what's the answer? So it's actually about, drum roll please, people, data, tools that was mentioned. So that's the toughest question. So let's see who wins, who's on the leaderboard. Congratulations, Daddy. Daddy, well done. George, number 2, DY, number 3, Eugene, and Marky Munch. So thank you very much for participating. I hope you enjoyed today's session and you have networking outside right now. So thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.